we're going to go ahead and get started with our March 24th Board of Supervisors meeting. We have everyone in attendance, and we will start off with our invocation by Ms. Long. Please rise.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for the beauty of this day and for all your many wonderful blessings. We ask that you be with us tonight as we make decisions for the county. Lead us to wise decisions in your way. Watch over us as we travel home and bring us all back together next month to continue this work for our fellow citizens and for all those in Caroline County. Amen.
You would stay standing for the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of
the United States, to the republic, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All righty, we will start off with our opening board comments. And Mr. Black, would you like to get us started?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few. I want to thank the volunteers again. We had a trash pickup a couple weeks ago, and we had about 13 volunteers come out from the Lake Landor area and from people outside of Lake Landor, actually, that were picked up, 30 some bags of trash again on Ladysmith Road. So we do that about every couple months. So I appreciate those volunteers coming out and doing that. April 28th is the Aqua public hearing. So I don't know if there's another supervisors that want to go to that on the rate hike. So we'll have more of that, more coming on that. But that is coming up on the 28th. I did get a phone call from and I think this is a Mr. Schiebel. I don't know if Mr. Schiebel is here. I did get a phone call from a constituent with concerns about the playground equipment for the children with disabilities. A couple of the pieces supposedly were broken, so I don't know if we can look into that. The county playground over here in Milford near the school, near the high school, middle school. So they were just kind of making me aware of that. So I just wanted to give a heads up. I also wanted to thank VDOT. Have had some calls from constituents in regards to a road in my district. And VDOT has been pretty quick to respond. So I do want to thank them for that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of brief ones, maybe not as brief. But March is Women's History Month. And I wanted to just recognize a few women, two in particular, for their help when the county was doing historical things, and they both passed last year, and that's Mrs. Pauline Boxley and Mrs. Dot Upshaw. And they were pillars of the community, to say the least. But when the county did something historical a few years ago, those were the people that we went to. And they did a great job, and we are definitely going to miss them. The other woman I'd like to recognize is, I guess, the county historian, which is Mrs. Cleo Coleman. She's done great work. She does a reenactment of Harriet Tubman. She's founder of the Port Royal Historical Society, done great things. And the sheriff's not here, but I understand she took a fall the other day. It was fairly bad, and I know you check on her regular, so we're going to check on her again to make sure she's doing better. But I hope next year we have a larger women's history program. The other thing I had is 2 weeks ago I mentioned that I wanted to do a proposed town hall to discuss schools with one of the school board members. In that same week, I talked to the chair of the school board and said the purpose of the town hall was just to hear what citizens think about a new school, since we don't have a lot of detail yet. And of course, since the citizens are going to pay for it, we need to hear what they're saying. So again, it was just to listen to what citizens would talk about as far as the new school, what kind of school it would be, whether it be a high school, something else. So the other part was where the school would be and what districts would go to that school. So those are things I wanted the school to talk about, and other things like what to do with the 15 pre-K classes we have. The school board met last week and they decided to do a town hall on their own. So I hope we can get these questions answered. I will not be doing a town hall with a school board member. And we're gonna move forward from there. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I will pass on any. Mr. Seeley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to congratulate the folks at Bowling Green Volunteer Fire Department. They had their award ceremony 2 weeks ago, and I attended. Dinner was great. And the following week was the Sparta Volunteer Fire Department annual dinner where they did the installation of new officers. Both departments had great attendance. I want to say the chief was there for both of those events. And volunteerism at Sparta and Bowling Green is still alive and well. And the Sparta volunteers wanted me to put out that they are going to have a Sparta Volunteer Fire Department first annual golf tournament at Mattaponi Springs on the 16th of May. And you can register by calling, now I lost the phone number. You can call the Sparta Volunteer Fire Department or email them at Sparta Volunteer Fire Department 4@gmail.com, but they're getting ready to actually have that in May. So I just thought I'd pass that along. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Ms. Long.
Yes, thank you. I attended the Port Royal Fire Department's annual banquet. We had a nice meal and, which was catered partially by the fire department and also from Horns, and, enjoyed that. And gentlemen, that's why you have the little pocket, calendars that are in front of you are from the fire department. I also wanted to announce that down in, Port Royal this week, we lost one of our long-term citizens. One of the first people I met when I moved there 40-some years ago, Morton Upshaw, passed away. And I will be attending his funeral, which will be at Shiloh on Saturday. And we want to keep his daughters in our prayers. And then lastly, the town is also going to be, the three churches are going to be hosting a sunrise service. It's at the corner of Water and Frederick Street in Port Royal. Sun watch is from 7 to 7:30, followed by a short service and then refreshments. So everyone is welcome to come and enjoy this beautiful spring weather. Everybody stock up on their Claritin and whatever else gets you ready because the pollen is out there. And I am ready for it. So I hope you all have a good week, and I will turn the microphone over to Mr. Underwood.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Long. Mr. Underwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everyone. Just wanted to remind this board that this is tax season, of course, and we're going to be discussing the budget. And I've had an opportunity to talk to about 10 of my constituents who are concerned about inflation and the cost of living as it pertains to them, particularly our senior citizens and those who are on fixed income. And they're asking us to do our absolute best as we work through the budget. Several of them brought up concerns that they see certain departments growing, but yet the services are not indicative of the growth in terms of dollars spent. So I think we need to make sure that our services are up to par and that we indeed are a service to the community in all our departments. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. All right. Concludes opening board comments. Any amendments to the agenda for this evening?
I believe 9A that's on the table for Public Works needs to be added.
Okay. 9A. That is a carbon chemical tank replacement at the wastewater treatment plant.
Correct.
Any other amendments to the agenda? All right, here none, we'll accept a motion to accept our revised agenda.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We get it? We need a second?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Second by Mr. Underwood. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we have an agenda for this evening. And first on the agenda would be our presentation and reports. Mr. Rogers from Davenport and Company. Welcome. That microphone's not working.
Nope.
Test, test. Oh, there we go.
Now we're good.
Maybe it's the guys in the back are still getting used to the new equipment, I see. This is awesome.
Well, something we learned the last meeting, that podium rises up and down. All you have to do is just put your hands out. You gotta turn your palms
Wow.
down. No, there is a button
I
there
see it
that
right
will
there.
rise. Okay.
This is great height. I appreciate it. And we got a light and everything. So this is great. No, great to see everybody again. Courtney Rogers with Davenport and Company as financial advisor for the county for, 25 plus years now. So great to be here with you all again. As we talked about last spring, I think this is, it's budget season and wanted just to, as you're about to really dive into the budget, go through a little bit of big picture where you stand financially. So what we're going to talk about tonight, I know the audit is still in its final stages. We do have some very preliminary numbers that we can talk about. I understand that's hopefully going to be wrapped up here in the next month. But want to just go through a couple things tonight. One, talk about how we've been using fund balance over the last several years and the results. Talk about the actual financials, including some preliminary, as I mentioned, 25, as well as kind of where 26 is maybe headed. Look at unassigned fund balance. Look at how you stand versus other counties, at least with the information that we have at this point. And then at the very end, go through your debt profile just to give you a sense of where you stand. I know there's always needs out there from the capital standpoint, so we'll talk about future debt capacity. So I'll start on page 2. So going back to 2023, it's been a practice, and it's not an unusual practice for local governments around the Commonwealth to use fund balance to balance the budget. Typically, it's used for one-time capital. I think in my experience, most governments hope to have revenues that come in better than budget, hope to have expenditures that come in lower than expected, so that there's a little bit left over that you can then add to your reserves, because as your budget grows, you want to set aside a little bit, and then also be able to have some extra dollars for those investments, those capital investments you need, such as, I think I just if I heard right, there's a tank needs to be replaced. Things like that maybe you don't foresee. You want to have a little bit of that extra. So if you look back at 2023, 2024, they're on the blue line. That's the amount that was budgeted for some one-time capital, if you will, in those years. In 25, you had about 2.1 million. You did have some additional transfers, so it ended up being a little bit higher, about 3.1 million. In 26, the first budget in a while, we didn't actually budget any one-time use. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Courtney, the numbers there, do they include the times we purchase things out of the undesignated fund balance during the year?
So this is the actual budget. So this is actual before actual, let's say it that way.
Okay.
So the idea was, let's say the 1.2 million, the 2.6, when the budget was presented, those were dollars that were going to be used for capital. And I think that's the important part that we talk about in the green, and that is the rate agencies, what they don't want to see is that you are using that 1.2 million to balance the budget for operations, for salaries and things like that, because what they know is that if you have to use it this year, what are you going to do next year? And it just keeps digging in the hole.
Right, but the question is more of, we plan to use 1.2 million, but during the year, we probably spent $1 million out of the fund balance for one-time projects.
I'm going to flip over to the next page, see if this answers the
Okay.
question. So I'll flip back real quick. So let's go 2023, 1.3 million. We'll use that round number. Now we look at 2023, the actual results of the audit. You ended up with basically 13 million left over. You know, you've got to transfer out for debt service. So this is slightly different, set up slightly differently because you do have debt service. We had to spend 7 million out there. So you ended up with 6.3 million left over. Some of that was still used for capital after the fact, but what it means is while on one hand you budgeted to use 1.3, you ended up with extra 6.3. Does that make sense? So call that a variance of about $7.6 million, right?
And that's based on the revenue being a lot
Revenue
higher
came
than
in better
expenditure.
and expenditures came in lower,
Okay.
which is typical for most local governments in Virginia in a year that's not something
It's
crazy.
bracketed, so did we actually spend 7 million?
That's a transfer out that goes for debt service.
That's the debt service.
Just debt service?
And does that include capital as well? It does. There are some capital included because I think the debt service number is slightly lower than that in that year.
So the blue numbers are net.
That is what we were basically able to add to fund balance at the end of the year, which is why when you see the graph in a minute, I think it peaked in 2023 when we see the graph in just a moment, because we were able to add, and keeping in mind in 21 was COVID, 22 was CARES and all the federal monies that were coming in. That's one of the reasons why I think you also see those extra dollars at the end. You were able to spread some of those federal dollars around and use some of those, let some of those revenues drop to the bottom line, if you will. And what I wanted to point out on this page is that look at how much it changed in 24 and 25 and then projected for 26. And so in 24, we really didn't add anything to the fund balance. You'll see in a moment it actually declines, and that's because you did transfer and use some more dollars for capital and things like that later on.
During the year.
Right, and that's including in those gray boxes, you know, that's CARES ARPA money there in 24, and then 26 was money that came over from the jail fund. Basically, that's some of that money that is included in that 2 million that came over in 26. The couple of things also I want to point out is we highlighted up in the revenue line that you'll see the use of revenue use of money and property. Not a big number in 22, and that's because when we were investing the fund balance, there wasn't, remember, interest rates were so low, you basically weren't getting anything on your money. So as the Fed started raising rates, you see that that increase in 22 and 23 and 24. And then in 25, you'll notice that it's come back down. That's actually looking like it's going to be a bit lower than budget. And again, this is preliminary, but it looks like it's lower than even 24. And even though 26 budgeted at 2.2, there's a good chance that we may not hit that as well for 26. So that's just a couple of things to be on the lookout for. In terms of expenditures, the biggest growing areas really was general government, as well as, of course, public safety, which is not unusual throughout the Commonwealth, seeing those items grow pretty rapidly. All right, so I think the takeaway here is we were able to add substantial dollars in 22 and 23. Fund balance did grow. It is there to be used. We're well above our policies. You'll see when we show the graph in a moment, it does come down. The caution is the last couple of years, there's not been a lot added to fund balance, even though, of course, total revenues are growing, which means our percent, is going to decline if we don't add to fund balance. In 26, there's a good chance that we may not be able to add. We may actually be pulling from fund balance. Yes, sir, Mr. Underwood.
Just to be clear, when we receive the COVID money and money from the state, that money had to be spent over a certain number of years. So wouldn't that affect the incoming revenue in terms of raising that number? Some of the things that we purchased, I know, came through
from CARES.
From CARES.
I know it had to be spent, I believe, by the end of
25. I thought September 25.
I thought it was December 25. Yeah, basically 25. Am I not right?
So would that have an effect on these numbers here in terms of looking forward, we wouldn't receive the same amount of revenue, therefore we wouldn't have the same amount of expenditures.
Yeah, that's correct. But so real quick there was original CARES, there was a couple of 260 some thousand and another 260. And that was things we bought some things with and prepared, for COVID. And then ARPA came,
right.
and that was, it seemed like to me, $6 million. And what we found with that was that we could, and along with some of the CARES money, we paid public safety employees. So anybody who was on basically be a public safety sworn official, both fire rescue and sheriff's office, we paid their salaries for a
Right.
year. Even though that was budgeted to come out of the general fund, it came out of the CARES fund, which was a different whole fund of money. We put that in.
Right.
And then most of the rest of that, we matched all of the grants we applied for on all of the money we got from the state for broadband. So both of our broadband projects, the first
So
one
that was the
and the
wash then,
second,
because we did the,
we're still paying that. So remember, we haven't
Right.
quite finished that. So we have that pot of money and we report it to the state that we're paying it, on broadband. But yeah, we won't get that again.
so that enabled us to do that.
Right, but we
Okay.
built the fund balance
balance.
basically back in 22 with CARES money, because what we didn't spend in the general fund for salaries for public safety was funded by the federal government.
Correct.
And so the fund balance went up, but that won't happen again.
Yeah, right, that's what I'm saying. So it will look different after that period of time.
And some of that ARPA money basically was in different funds too, right? So it's
Yeah,
not
so
all,
there's not-
it's
yeah,
not
it's-
all reflected here with the
Right.
general fund.
Right.
Mr.
Right, it's all reserved now, so
Chairman.
Tariq reserved all that.
Chairman.
Mr. Blackrock.
Could you, Mr. Cully, so while you're up there, could you explain, like, the public safety in the 22 goes from 15 million and then we go up to 26 million? Can you just kind of explain why that went up,
Well,
the 11 million?
We added 18 or 19 firefighter recruits that we trained in one particular year. We've added 6 here and there. We added deputies, not a lot, but we have added, remember the sheriff came and asked, could he have 3 so that he would have some back.
Is that all operating?
That's all operating.
Yeah, okay.
And mainly salary. So, public safety salary plan and probably chief 26 since 15. Easily 26 people since, remember we just.
Right.
picked up some-
No, I
so
just wanted the public to see that, the public safety has gone way up and there's a reason for it, So,
Correct.
all right, thank you.
And see, that's what I was talking about earlier, when people in the public are talking about the money's being spent and why some departments are growing, we need to make sure that we show them the service calls and the things that public safety is doing in the last 10 years, that we've grown exponentially and we're still behind the 8 ball trying to catch up.
Correct.
Because we didn't add people due to budgetary constraints, and COVID probably really helped us, and the ARPA money helped us move closer to our goal, but we still have a long way to go and get to a public safety building and all the other things that are necessary to make us a 21st century first responders county.
Correct. Because, yeah, it's all general
Thank
fund
you.
and all
And-
that's in capital.
And
lot
I
of money.
suspect, Charlie, if I'm not wrong, is that some of what's happened in 24 and 25, the reason that we didn't have as many dollars at the end of the year is because some of those positions are now being filled.
Correct.
So in the past,
We had vacancies.
to
in
your point, Mr. Underwood, in maybe 22, 23, 21, we had positions in the budget, but they were never filled so that it fell to the bottom line. I think that's a lot of what you're starting to see in 24 and 25 is, as we've moved forward everyone in the Commonwealth is having less issues filling those positions as salaries have gone up.
Yeah, plus we had the
Yeah,
6
plus we paid
deputies
more.
that weren't in the budget, that we had to add them in the budget
Right.
after the fact,
Yep.
so.
So you're adding positions, you're adding salary increases, and you filled those positions. So I think that's the real big takeaway tonight is just the change in kind of where we were 3-4 years ago is a little bit different now. It's a little bit tight. The budget's a little bit tighter. There's not as many salaries that are in the budget that aren't being filled. And so the vacancy savings are and we're seeing that This isn't, we're seeing that in other localities as well. This is not unusual.
And
Mr.
Mr.
Peely,
Cully, the education line that we see, that's the local match.
Correct. So,
And
so
that's not the school budget. That is just the local match.
that is
to the school.
local dollars, so that would include what we transfer to them for leases for buses, because now their buses purchase are in Fund 304. So that is where I think I saw that somewhere. School,
And that's
was
not
it like
debt-
20
that's not
million?
debt service either.
Yeah, that's not debt service.
That's
That
not
is,
debt service.
it's operations and what we transfer in that's like bus leases and stuff. It's not textbooks because that's a different one. This is a general fund. So textbooks in a different fund, we transfer that directly to them. And then debt services in Fund 401, and then capital is in Fund 304. So that's basically operations and bus leases.
All right, Mr. Cully, before you go, from 22 to 26, we've
like this slide.
increased general government administration by 60%-ish. What's
All right, what's
included?
increased in there is we went from one person to three people in HR, because we went to one in a part-time to two full-times, and then last year to three full-times. We added employee in my office. We
Are there
added.
constitutional officer
that-
offices in that?
Not much.
But it's in that number?
Well, the audit went up, probably, you know, just legal.
We added
is,
some money
in
in
there.
Treasurer's
So a
office.
bunch of things in there, but there's some employees and then some additional contractual services that now cost more than they used to. Reassessment costs more, and that's all in general government. So some of it's not just employees, it's some of the things we do in other functions. IT has added 2 employees since that time as well. So there are some departments that have grown that, you know, you have supported as we brought those requests forward. And obviously salaries have gone up. We did a salary study, so salaries went up. But those are the numbers. I looked at that too when I saw this. I said I wouldn't have thought it was that much, but
But like the treasurer's office and the commissioner of revenue, that all
they're
that is
covered in that
lumped-
too. Yeah,
lumped
they're all in there too.
Okay.
They haven't added any new employees, but they're in, that's all part of general government. It works all the way down, the general government goes all the way through finance and IT, and then the registrar is another group, unless they added that registrar in. You might have added that in, because I don't see it, so it might include.
Yeah,
It's
I
probably
didn't
grouped
see
in.
it listed out separately, so I was assuming, but I wanted, before I'd assume, I
Yeah.
just wanted to
Right, so
verify.
that's
Everything-
everything all the way,
everything- everything
everything
but
but judicial, right,
Yeah.
so.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, and you can see Public Works also. I mean, it's not grown quite as much, but same thing, materials, supplies. And I'm assuming you probably have some employees in there as well. So again, I think, yeah, and just to finish up on 26, I understand there was a mid-year appropriations of 1.8, almost 1.9 million. You can see that's the exact same number because that wasn't originally budgeted. So that will have to come out of fund balance unless, revenues do come in above budget, because essentially that last column is budget right now, because obviously we haven't finished the year out. Okay. All right. So I think, again, takeaways, FY25 still preliminary. The budget did contemplate use of 3.1 million of unassigned fund balance. This includes a roughly $1 million transfer to the capital reserve fund. But based on preliminary unaudited trial balance data, it appears that basically 25 is largely a break-even basis, at least on a cash flow basis. There's obviously the whole accounting world of, to get to unassigned, there's accruals and things like that are still going on. That's part of what they're working on. So we don't have a number there. But what we're hearing is that with the accruals and some of the accounting things that have to take place, the unassigned fund balance could decline by as much as roughly $600,000.
And this does take for additional revenues or does not?
At this point, it would take into account actual revenues for 25. So the previous page is more of a cash flow basis that looks like it's slightly positive, but once they do the accruals and things like that, it looks like it could be slightly negative.
Okay, thank you.
So that the fund balance will slightly dip further.
Help me understand, looking at 24, 25,
Okay.
what you're saying that
So,
all of the revenue that was generated above the previous year, we spent the increase as well as 600 into the unassigned fund balance.
yes, sir. I think another way to say it is, looking at 24, you had about 11 million before the transfers
Correct.
and sent it off to debt service. You also got the transfer in from ARPA. And so you can see the transfer out is $14.5 million. Well, that's more than debt service, way more than debt service. So
Correct.
that does include one-time capital that was probably some of the ARPA money was used for. But at the end of the day, on a, at least cash flow basis, it was only $300,000 to the positive. I'm not an accountant, can explain how the accruals, but once they start doing the accruals, that's what unassigned fund balance is not really cash. It's a,
Right.
you know, it's a do from,
Plus or
lots of different
minus.
things, right? And so what you'll see in a moment is fund balance does decline when we show the graph in a little bit. It declined a little bit in 24 and 25, and expected probably to decline further in 26.
Okay, thank you.
And what you'll see in a moment, we're still above our policy.
Right, I
It's
understand.
just, hey, there's a point at which we can't sustain it.
Right, but there has to be a balance between what's coming in
Yes, sir. That's
and
right.
even though, and money to go into the unencumbered, unassigned balance in order to grow.
Correct.
You
That's right.
can't spend the top and then expect the bottom not to feel the pain.
Exactly.
So we need to make sure that that's balanced in terms of spending, and
Yes, sir.
this does not look like we're on the right trajectory.
That is part of what we want to try to get across as you start looking at the numbers that are going to be coming before you here in the next several weeks.
Oh,
As
right,
far as budget goes, you know, the world obviously continues to change. And so one of the things we're seeing is interest rates have fallen. So you're not getting as much interest earnings. So you won't have the revenues there possibly. And so obviously, as I think you may have been the one talked about the budget coming up in your comments about how folks want to make sure we're holding the line, right? We want to make sure we're holding the line. But unfortunately, there are things that keep going up
Correct.
pricing wise in order to provide those services. And I think that's the one thing that everybody hears on the news about the federal budget, and it's a totally different thing. You know, in my 35 years working in local government's not anywhere near like the federal government. We have what we have, and we can only use what we can use. We can't go create dollars like the federal government can and work at a deficit.
thank you.
And so again, going to the 26 budget sort of observations, you know, it did not contemplate use of fund balance. So kudos there. You know, you basically had a true balanced budget. We didn't use fund balance for capital, at least at the budgetary adoption point. But later you did call for some adjustments that would use fund balance. And that's fine because fund balance is still well above our policy. But one of the things that maybe we didn't see that's maybe now we do see is that the interest earnings are coming in a little bit lower right now versus what 25 results. So there could be those interest earnings in 26 more than likely will come in a little bit lower too. The one good thing is that you've not had to transfer any money over to the utility fund. Obviously, the connection fees have been coming in at a nice pace as you've grown, as you're growing. And so that's one thing that we haven't had to do in the last several years. And so that's one of the things I just want to, as a caution, is that should there be a slowdown, that is the backstop, as we all know, is that fund balance. So I'm not foreseeing that we are going to have one, but that's just always something we have to keep our eyes on that could put additional pressure on the general fund. So here's the graphic that I've been alluding to. On the left-hand side is the actual dollars, and the right-hand side is the percent of operating revenues, which is our policy. And you can see in both cases the numbers peaked in 22, started coming down in 23. You know, we had those nice end of the year amounts in 22 and 23, but we used some of those in 23 as we spent it. And so the dollars actually came down and are projected to continue down in 25 and possibly into 26. So the percentage on the right you can see we're still above our top line at 15%, at basically 24%. But the operating revenues are going to continue to grow. And if, as we're projecting, possibly fund balance further declines from 26.7 million in 25 is sort of the projection right now. If it continues down to say 25, now you're at 25 million of a much bigger number, and that percentage is going to keep dropping. It could drop below 20%.
Right, but, sorry, Mr. Chairman. What I would like to see, rather, looking at this chart, because 2021, 22, still we're being affected by the ARPA money, and this, to me, doesn't give me a true picture of what
It's
we,
it's one of the reasons that we see that peak right there.
right. So I would like to see it without that to determine if in fact it correlates to 24, 25.
Hmm.
That way I would get a true picture of what we're doing versus what was giving to us through the federal government.
So I guess
To see if we have if we're on a trajectory to going in
Understand.
the right direction.
yes, sir. I understand what you're saying. So
Or make it another color, so you say this part
uh-huh,
of that balance goes to
was artificially.
artificially, yes.
So Mr. Cully, was it 6 million, the ARPA number? So it wasn't, so it didn't necessarily fall all in the general fund?
Most of ARPA went in Fund 260, and most of ARPA was used as balancing to get the match for our state grant for the internet. I don't have all that in front of me. I can get you a breakdown.
Right.
It was the original CARES
CARES.
money that was the original Fund 260 was CARES. And then some of the ARPA money that we transferred to the general fund to cover public safety salaries. And I can figure out what that was.
Well, that's an adjusted number.
That's
Yeah.
only that part of it. So
Right.
basically, your public safety employees' salaries for that year were covered not by the general fund, but were covered by
Correct. I understand.
CARES and a piece of ARPA. But since then, all ARPA's basically been doing,
Right.
More capital?
yeah,
So I
staying
think-
in another
I think
fund.
what
It's
Mr.
not in
Underwood
this.
is suggesting is that maybe what we do is we take this column, subtract what was used for operating from the federal government,
But right.
come up
Right.
with a new number that basically we kind of see, because what it'll
Then you
probably
get a true
do
picture.
is
It's
be
gonna be
more,
going
it'll
like
be more like
that.
this.
Yes.
Correct. It would,
It'll still come down, but it won't come down as rapidly. as possible.
Yes.
correct. You
Yeah.
wouldn't have the peak that's in there.
Right.
And that would give us a true picture,
Okay.
a truer picture.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Of-
I know exactly what you're asking for.
Dollars of revenue of
Okay.
So,
general funds.
but based on that, that means that the fund balance has been maintaining a lot better because the peak, as you just said, from ARPA isn't really there.
Yeah, we wouldn't have gotten probably as far up.
Right, right.
And I think the one question, I don't know how much of that was ARPA or not, it's going from 20 to 21, because obviously 2020, 3/4 of the year was prior to COVID. The last 3 months was in COVID. And so, how much of it is because, how much
3 months.
would this have gone up if we hadn't had COVID too, right? If
Right.
people had been out doing regular things. I don't know. That's a really tough one to try to figure out. But how much of this might have been CARES and so on. And so it could be that maybe we only went up to here and now we're coming down, maybe not quite as fast.
But from 24 and 25
Yeah.
are definitely not CARES, correct?
So I'm sorry.
24 and 25 are definitely not CARES years.
Correct. Yeah.
That's why I say.
Not from an operational standpoint, right? Like, not CARES, maybe
ARPA.
but
ARPA
ARPA was
money.
more capital related. And probably doesn't affect the general fund directly in many cases. So,
Thank you.
yes, sir. No, great question. And Mr. Cully was just telling me, he thinks they can get the data for us, so we can recreate this chart for you with that information and send it back. Okay. So again, it's, and of course, a big part of the message tonight is the big part of the bond rating, which we'll talk about debt in a moment, is finances and understanding where your flexibility is, having reserves in a potential downturn. And so that's why the policies that we updated several years ago and strengthened, that's why they're very important to keep that strong AA rating that we've got, so that if you do decide down the road that you need some additional capital projects, large buildings, things like that, that we really, larger things, obviously, big dollars, we want to make sure we can get it as lowest rate as possible. So when you compare, and again, we only have the 24 data at this point and a projection of 25, but where you'll see that you still stand very well with the other AA1s and AA2s. These are Moody's ratings, from around the Commonwealth. So you're still toward the top of these. So that's a good thing, and we just want to keep our eye on the ball.
Mr.
Sure.
Just a question. Can you go back to that slide for a second?
Mhm.
So what is the actual top, like what is the actual, do you know, like from Moody's, or what is the actual top rating you can get?
AAA,
AAA, okay.
which
so
would be just above the AA1.
So we're just below that?
We're 2 notches below that right
We're
now.
2 notches below, okay.
Correct.
All right, appreciate it.
Yes,
And
sir.
do we know, is there a way that we can, okay, yeah, I see some of those. Okay, I appreciate it. I'll have additional questions.
Yeah,
later.
and I'll say, for those who may not know the way that the ratings work, one of the things that would probably keep us from getting the AAA at this point is our size. We're smaller. We would, if you look at the AAAs around the Commonwealth, most of them are fairly large places. James City is probably one of the smaller ones, believe it or not. Hanover's on the smaller side as far as population goes, and so that's one of the things is size. Income levels is another area that might keep us from getting there today. Down the road, who knows? You never know where you're headed.
Okay, I appreciate it. Is there a way that we can, on this, I don't know if you guys can do it, but like the areas like the Staffords, the Spotsylvanias, if we can get those two to see what their,
So
to see what theirs are in relation to ours, because that would be,
in terms of fund balance, we
well,
can.
fund balance, their
yeah.
percent, and
Yep.
but not only that, but also like their bond rating. Like I'd
They're
like to know,
both
because
AAA.
everyone talks about, because I
Yep.
teach in Spotsylvania, and like everyone talks about
Okay.
Spotsylvania and Stafford and so forth, and we're always compared to them at bigger localities.
They're bigger localities. They're both AAA.
Right. Okay.
By all three, and so, but only recently for Spotsylvania. They haven't been AAA that long.
Okay.
They finally got there after several years.
All right.
So Stafford has been there a little bit longer.
How far are we from getting, are we close to the next level up, or
No way.
for us? Because there's a level between us and
Keep in
AAA.
mind, one of the things that we'll see in a little bit is when we do the debt ratios, keep in mind our utility system is not self-supporting. Spotsylvania's, my recollection is their system was created back in the 70s, and I think they finally went self-supporting in like the 80s. So they've been self-supporting for a while.
Right.
And that's just, they have their own bond rating for the utility system separate from the county. And so that's one of the things that's holding us back is our debt levels are high because we are still the backstop for the utility system until it gets a little bit bigger.
Okay.
But their numerator and denominator in
Yeah,
terms
that's,
of funds make their numbers smaller because they're 5 times larger than Caroline County. So you can't compare their expenses and how they're paying it because their revenue is 5 times greater.
And to your point, Mr. Underwood, that's why this one thing in of itself is not going to, it's
Absolutely, that
not
was-
making the
that's no-
rating.
but,
There are
we won't
other
get-
oh,
pieces.
yeah,
to
no, I
play
was
that.
just, yeah.
With,
No,
with 35,000 people in Caroline
right,
and
yeah,
130,000 in Spotsy and 125,000 in Hanover and 180
oh, I get it,
in
I just,
Yeah.
yes,
Stafford.
just,
You can't compare the numerator and the denominator in terms of cost because the percentages are skewed.
right, no,
This is
I,
the one number we're strong in. Fund balance.
So we won't get there.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's not bad, but not good.
So, and to your point, you can spread potential increases if necessary, whether it be water and sewer or, I know it's a bad word, tax increases. You've got more people you can spread it out over too. And so that's one of the reasons why larger entities tend to be higher rated, all things equal, and they've got to keep it up. Now, come back to us, this is one of the things, this fund balance is one of the areas where we shine when we look at, you know, the data points that they're looking at, because again, as I mentioned, our population is a little bit smaller. Our income levels are going to be a little bit lower from those same places we're talking about. And so as a result, this is an area that makes us a little bit stronger because again, like our debt levels are a little higher, probably a lot higher actually than those other areas. So that's why I harp on this. You know, you guys hear me harping on it. That's why it's important. So I think just, you know, just following up, you know, if you go back, and I know Mr. Forehand was talking about that, looking back in 21, since 2021, operating revenues have gone up for about $15 million. If you go, while operating expenditures have grown by 22.5 million. So revenues have not grown quite as fast as expenditures over that period. So when you look at the 26 budgets originally adopted, projected $74 million in revenues, 68 million in expenditures, leaving about $6 million for tax-supported debt service. Our debt service payments are about 9 million. You do have some additional dollars that come from other areas to make up that difference. But what it basically means is once you pay that debt service, there's not a lot left over for some of that one-time capital, which keeps us from having to go borrow more.
Can you repeat the very first bullet again?
So when you go back, and maybe if I'll just flip back to that page. So when you go back to 2021 and you look at the revenue growth is roughly 60 million up to 75, I'll round up, say that's $15 million revenues have grown in that 5-year period. But when you look at total expenditures, 45 million all the way up to 67. So that's 22.5 million. So revenues have grown slower than expenditures over the last 5 years.
Which is still not a good thing.
Which is not a great,
Not a
good sustainable
Not sustainable at
financial
all.
picture. And
Correct.
so that's why we wanted to kind of, if we, you know, I know you look at budget year by budget year, but when you take a step back, big picture, that's just one thing we want to make sure that that you see.
So as a board member, my question then for this board is then how do we turn that around where our revenue increases at a greater rate than our expenditure? That's what we should be looking at to ensure that we continue to have that bond rating and the fund balance.
That's right.
Keeps us on a proper trajectory to move forward and continue to move the county forward without going into debt.
Now, Mr. Underwood, you've hit on it, and I'll say this because as you all know, but many probably in the audience don't know, I did your budget in 2009, and I know there's not a lot of places you can cut on that expenditure line. A lot of people will say federal governments, you know, could go cut a lot, probably could, but there's not a lot here. There's not a lot of fluff when it comes to local governments, and I remember that budget well because the county administrator at the time said, "You've got a nickel." That was, and remember that was during the credit crisis, 2000. It was November of 08 for the budget of 09. So when he brought us in, because he didn't have a finance director who'd retired and hadn't had a chance to replace, and so he said you had a nickel, and I still remember. I still remember someone saying, "Can we go 4.5 cents?" And I said, "No," because I cut every contingency out of that budget. I mean, we were at the quick, if you will, cut down to the quick in the budget. And I realized a few years later, after I, that was my first time ever doing a budget. I realized later that we probably needed 15 cents. Because you also might remember during that time, we were still doing borrowings for tax anticipation notes. We didn't have fund balance to get through the year. We had to go borrow money to make payroll and make payments until we got to the next tax collection.
Can you repeat that again? I just want to make that clear so people hear
Sure.
that. I do. I want you to hear that because I've been accused that it wasn't happening, but it was.
It was.
Yes.
When I first started working at the county in the year 2000, that was some of the first things we did every year. And my goal was to lower it by $500,000 every year till we got to zero.
Right.
Now, obviously, I wasn't setting the budgets and working on it until 09, but we did. We weaned ourselves off. I don't remember which year it was.
I know it was the first.
Charlie was a big part of getting it in the right place.
Mr. Cully, when Mr. Cully came in, he did an excellent job because the first couple of years we had to borrow money to pay our bills basically, and in November and in December until that new revenue came
Right.
in, the half-year revenue came
That's
in.
right.
Yeah.
And so that was another reason we were able to get a bond ratings. We got rid of that. So Mr.
Because
Cully
we
Mr.
got-
Cully is huge on getting us out of that. So I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure that people are well aware of that.
This
Yes.
chart doesn't go far enough back to show you where,
Yes.
how bad it was.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Rogers, back to the revenue thing, and it was a cash flow issue just for Mr. Black.
It was cash flow.
The new revenue that the county has been getting from our new businesses the past couple of years, is there a way to highlight what that growth is and where it is in our revenue state?
I guess new growth from a standpoint of assessments possibly. I don't know about sales tax and things like that. I don't-
No, not sales tax. I'm
Okay.
talking about the new businesses that have come
As far
in,
as like real estate.
real estate things, the Trader Joe's, new developments we've had like that.
Is that available from the assessor?
I'm sure those are,
Yeah, only real estate's available for any of those businesses, because business personal property, like regular personal property, is kept by the commissioner. He can't share that data.
well, he can't share the fact that X business pays a certain amount of tax?
No, only, not business personal property or personal property, no, sir. They would have to give him permission. So we have actually have a permission issue with the Commissioner of Revenue between Caroline and Spotsylvania to share that information for the AWS site,
Right,
so we can
right.
do the reimbursements that we're doing, but that's only specifically amongst those two commissioners, not to the public. So that is a protected, and if he were here, I don't know if there's anybody here from the commissioner's office, but he would tell you he can't share that.
So
by law.
we'll know real estate tax improvements from new businesses, but we won't be able to actually say this is the personal property tax
No,
improvement.
you'll just
we
see it
got.
going up.
Let me ask you a question on that. Wouldn't sales tax at least give you some indication of how much businesses you've got? I mean, I know some businesses that you don't have a sales tax. I get that. There's no point of sale. But I'm just curious, wouldn't that be somewhat of an indication of
Yeah, well,
you know,
especially with retail businesses where people are purchasing things. One thing that's helping with that is the collection of online tax. So people buying things online are paying tax based on their
right,
location. So
right.
there's a lot of that mixed all into, but we don't have any of that
That
detail.
comes from, that's at the state level. They won't
Right.
share it either.
They don't share any of that. So we just get the number.
Well, yeah, we did get some numbers from, yes, we got some numbers from Vaco in regards to the sales tax, though. I mean, as far as a 1% or.
Right, but not specific businesses. You
Right,
can't-
yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, that's the point I was
Overall.
getting at, is like, wouldn't just a regular number, I don't need how much McDonald's gave me, or wouldn't a regular number, just kind of the numbers over the years of sales tax give you some indication of that?
Correct, and they've been increasing over the years.
And
All
some,
right.
some of it's just inflation too, though, as they raise the menu.
Right.
Let's use McDonald's as an example again, as they raise their
Right.
their burger costs, it's obviously the sales tax. goes
Sure,
up.
yes.
So it's hard, it's a hard thing to do. Yeah, it's a confidentiality thing, and the state doesn't share.
But our revenue growth in general year over year tells you basically what your growth rate was, right?
If you take the assessment, in assessment years out, correct.
If you take the assessment years out, your growth year over year is just
That should be some new growth in there.
right.
Or somebody adding, a screened in porch or a wing to their house, that type of thing. That also adds to the assessment.
According to the commissioner's office this year, though, basic new growth in real estate was absorbed by 100% veterans tax exemptions.
Mm.
So
So
any
we
new
saw
growth is
very-
negated.
Pretty much. We got a very little bit. Our growth in revenue this year is mainly in personal property, just people buying new cars or new to them cars, was where the majority of our growth was. And in the numbers we got from the commissioner's office
For 26.
for 27.
So what was the
Budget
number,
27,
Charlie?
January 26.
Charlie, before you leave, the number for the veterans, tax relief program?
Because there have
how
been other
much?
localities that have raised taxes strictly,
Stafford.
they attribute, they're a very veteran-heavy
Right.
locality.
Right,
But they
we're-
attribute the raise in taxes specifically to that, the.
Correct. Yeah, I think
What's the
Stafford
number?
was, but I don't know what the number is. I just know that the revenue growth we should have picked up in the new houses and
Right.
things that were built was
Negated.
basically offset by 100% tax
Can
exempt,
you ask the
which is 10
commissioner for that
acres
number?
and a house.
And will be in perpetuity, just forever. that growth that
Correct.
we've received in that
It's
year.
we're part of a group that's sort of researching that throughout the state to kind of make some presentation to the General Assembly.
Aren't they doing a JLARC study on that?
I think so, yeah,
They-
because we sent information,
The state is doing a JLARC study on that, because I know like, Stafford County is very vocal
Oh,
about
yeah.
it.
Well, yeah, 'cause it's
And-
30% or
and
something.
they love their veterans, they do, they really,
Even-
and so down in like I think down in the Norfolk Naval area too, they are.
diamond growth was pretty.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner was eaten up by it.
Okay.
All right, I think I've made the points there we wanted to make, which is at the end of the day, with all the service demands and additional capital needs that could be down the road, fund balance is going to only be able to go so far, especially as we're starting to cut into it. So I think that's really the big takeaway on the operational side of the house. Want to talk just a little bit about debt profile. Just as you're thinking about needs down the road, I've heard public safety is one of the potential needs out there in terms of buildings. So we always talk about capacity and affordability. Capacity being how do we look versus our ratios? How does it kind of think of it as the credit card limit? Affordability being how you pay it back. We're not going to get into affordability tonight, but really want to focus on capacity at this point. Existing general government schools debt service, we're right around $65 million. We do have a little bit of a drop down each year, as you can see, and then a pretty good fall off in about 10 years. The next page, you've seen this, we did this last year. So what this shows is that you've got in the 26 budget about 9.8 million. So that there's a little bit extra revenues each year as it starts declining. And if you take that revenue and assume we just, for this purpose, used a 5% interest rate, 20-year level debt service, how much could you borrow? So $500,000 or 600,000 basically gets you about $7 million. So you can see about 7 add next year is about $1.5 million, call it 8, 9 million, 10 million, another 11 million in 28 when it drops off a pretty good bit. So there's a cumulative column here basically shows you, at least from a affordability standpoint, you have some dollars without having to find additional revenues that you could do a $20 million bond issue in 2 years with revenues that you've got, assuming 5%. The market right now, if we had to go to market today, we're probably almost say 3.75% in terms of where interest rates are in the tax exempt market. So we're being conservative there to the tune of about 1.25%. From a
Mr. Rogers,
yes, sir.
just to summarize, so people at home, and if you could switch back, our borrowing capacity in the next year is $7.1 million.
From dollars available to pay debt service, right? We're going to talk credit card in just a moment.
Okay.
So credit card limit is higher, but you got to find the dollars to pay for it.
Correct. Okay. But applying the same amount for debt service that we've been applying.
If we freeze the budget at 9.8 million,
Yeah.
and for the next several years, this is how much you could turn that. You could use that in terms of borrowing for capital purposes.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe said a different way. So another way, this is just another way to show it, that basically what we're showing is here's the budget, and then this amount basically in 2030 as an example, you could get up to about 27 million using that basically freed up dollars from the budget, if you will, to basically put it toward a debt service payment. Okay. Utility fund, typical of a utility system is either flat or slightly, it doesn't usually drop quite as much, especially since our issues are going out 30 years. So just under $50 million of debt outstanding right now in the utility system. Not a lot of capacity there, so kind of similar to the general fund, as the drop off happens, you can see we don't get to 10 million until about 10 years out. So any additional utility debt is going to really be, we're going to need to find dollars to pay for it because we don't have that same drop off. And you can see that here on this chart. From a credit card standpoint, we've got a lot more room on the debt to AV, where our policy at 4%, even counting utilities, we're just a shade above 2 assessed value, and that includes personal and real property. So it's basically saying how much outstanding debt divided by the assessed value of the county. The second ratio is more of a debt, how much debt are you paying each year divided by your budget. In this case, we're looking at debt service versus revenues. Our policy, our top line is at 15%. We're with utilities just a shade above 10. And of course, that drops down as, again, as we showed, the debt service is paid off, especially on the general fund side. So of the two, the debt service to revenues is the one that constrains us the quickest. And so what we did is this, we're just trying to show you here from a credit card standpoint, using that same 20-year 5%, and revenue growth growing just at a nominal 1% a year, that to stay within our guidelines at 4%, or the 15% guideline here. Essentially, you could borrow $63 million right now, but as we pointed out, there's only about $7 million of revenues to be able to pay that back. And so we got to find, if you wanted to go out and borrow it, you could max your credit card out, but you still got to figure out how to pay it back.
How much would a 30-year note
Cost.
cost?
A 20-year note, don't even go 30, because
Yeah, I
nothing
mean,
lasts 30.
Well, 30
honestly,
in schools or buildings.
honestly, adding 10 more years amortization doesn't give you that much cash flow. I did an analysis not long ago. It's really not a real game changer at this interest rate.
All right, give us a guess
So-
of what the borrowing number would be. The debt service payment would be.
Difference, I'll let Stephen run it while I'll
Okay.
keep talking. We'll come back to it, let him come up. So Stephen, just do 50 million at both 20 and 30 years. Because the interest rates for 30 years, an interest rate, so if I 375 at a 20-year, you're probably 4.25 right now on a 30-year. We have seen the yield curve steepen over the last year. While the Fed lowered rates on the short end, longer rates went up a little faster. So we got more of a traditional upward sloping yield curve. And so that's hurt us a little bit, going out a little bit further at 30 years. So thinking about, again, over 5 years, credit card capacity is there, 95 million. But really the question is, where do the dollars come from to pay it back, no matter what the project is? So this is my last slide. And one thing I wanted to also just bring up, as I'm sure you're all aware, the General Assembly has been discussing the 1% potential. If they pass it, if as a board would need to approve moving forward with a referendum for a vote, that basically would be the constituents voting to approve a 1% sales tax increase that would go only for school capital. What we're hearing right now through the lobbyists is that it may go into the budget when they come back to session, that it may actually go into the budget rather than be a separate bill, that they may actually approve it. It's a possibility.
Yeah.
So what that would mean, I don't know what, I'm sorry, I don't know what 1% on the sales tax is. I don't know if Jordan knows
Vaco
that.
If it goes into the budget, though, you wouldn't have to do a referendum.
Right.
That is the advantage of them doing that.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay. I
I'm
did
pretty
not
sure
realize
that
that.
eliminates that, and I think that's what they're trying to do to
Yeah.
force everybody to do it.
Okay, I
'Cause
did
that
not
gives
realize that.
that gives us permission from the state,
Right.
which is
Yep.
basically, the way it works. We have to
That's right, we have to
get permission.
we have to bow
from-
down from dad,
Still
from
in
mom and
rule
dad.
state.
Right.
That's right. Okay.
The numbers for Courtney, the numbers from Vaco were between 4 and 5 million on that. The Vaco gave
For
it
you?
yes, for
Okay.
Caroline, it was like 4.
Okay.
They ran the numbers because that was brought in front of the General Assembly last year. And they ran the numbers last year, and then they ran the numbers again this year. And I think it went from like 4.4 to 4.7 for Caroline. It had
Okay.
snuck up by like 300,000.
So we'll use this that we put together for you. If we look at, so let's see, Stephen, am I doing this right? If we go 5 million a year, am I thinking about that right, Stephen? Basically that 4.4 million produces 55 million in debt service. So you're probably somewhere between 55 and 60 million dollars with $5 million of
Okay.
at 5%. Now, like I said, the market's a little bit low, 4%, so we'd be able to get more out of it.
One of the things Mr. Chairman, one of the things I was going to ask is, does this take into account, we have revenues coming in that will be coming in over the period of the next 10, 15, 20 years that are quite significant.
Sure.
Does this include any of those revenues? So this assumption is based on, if we flatline our revenues right now, okay, it does not include any of the potential revenue coming in down the road.
That as absolutely. We
Okay.
have not projected any of those dollars being available. Again, we just predicted a nominal 1% revenue growth. So yeah, that's a game changer. Obviously, the 1% is a game changer because that 1%, that $5 million, all of a sudden jumps up at revenue and changes a lot of these ratios.
Okay.
So
All right. Thank you.
It's school capital, not
it is
construction.
it is capital. It'll be interesting to see. So you might remember 2 years ago, the first bill was only for new capital.
Right.
The second year, I think they opened it up to existing debt service. Now, I mean, obviously you can do whatever, but to me, it's like that's disingenuous because all that's going to do is, and what you could do is move money around, right? To me, the whole reason for this was because we have a lot of schools throughout the Commonwealth. You guys have done a great job, I think, updating your schools best you can, but there's probably still needs out there. I'm sure the schools would say that. But there are some places who haven't updated their schools in a long time because they just don't have the same dollars, because they're just not, they just don't have that. You've got growth in revenues. There's some places that just don't have it. So, but that's just a little personal about that. Debt service?
Yep.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Thomas, 50 million over 30 years at 5% results in a payment of about 3.2 million a year. And then 50 million at 5% over 20 years is about 4 million a year. So the difference is about $800,000 a year. And so when you roll that up over the life of the loan on a 30-year basis, it's about 97 million total. And then for the 20 years, it's about 80 million total. So you're paying about 17 million more
For $800,000 of cash flow.
Okay, and just in perspective, what Mr. Black said was the 5 million at the 1% would cover either one of those debt service bills.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay.
But that would not cover operating costs if you built another building and you didn't get rid of a building. That operating cost would be equal to probably 7 or 8 million a year. That would be a continuing upward rise in costs.
That's,
Personnel. So we can't, it's not just the building cost.
That's right.
oh,
Yeah.
I'm just, yeah,
Yeah,
and I was just talking about a building.
Right.
Sure, there's some discussion of how much staff goes in.
I don't want anybody to think that because the building, and Mr. Rogers, you
No,
can,
that's a great point. That's a great point,
And,
Celia.
and that's a number that's repeated, you know, because it keeps going. Eventually we'll pay for whatever building we build.
Yeah.
But the staff
And
keeps going forever that we'd have to.
And that 1% cannot be used for operations.
Okay.
Real quick, Alan found this that we had received from the Commissioner's office. Total increase of assessed value from 25 real estate book today, which was 21126, is roughly 66 million. The steadily growing veterans exemption program has negated a large amount of the increase we have seen from new construction. So that's from the Commissioner's office. So.
So I think our takeaway is we want to update the fund balance chart with some information from staff as far as the ARPA CARES effect on fund balance. Was there anything else that we need to bring back to the board? Was that the one item? I think we covered everything else, I think. Okay, Mr. Chairman, any other questions? Happy to answer them. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Any other questions, board?
Please, I do have one. Mr. Rogers, as always, great job. Can you send me this electronically, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, the county's got it.
Oh, we got it?
Yeah, electronic version.
Oh. David, would you send it to me, please? Thank you.
and Mr. Rogers, congratulations. We can read the colors on the screen for the first time, probably.
Cam is our new analyst who's been with us
Ever.
18 months. How about
I
that?
mean,
It's not the first time,
we would
Courtney.
struggle to read the light green numbers on the screen, and so thank you.
Yep,
Either that or everyone in the office is colorblind. He's the only one that can see color.
my eyes are going for sure. All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. All right, moving on, to appointments, Mr. Seeley for Board of Zoning Appeals.
Yes, sir, I do have a nominee.
All right,
I'd like to nominate Sonia Jackson Hudson for the unexpired term.
Sonia Jackson Hudson.
Second.
We have a nomination and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of nominating Sonia Jackson Hudson to the Board of Zoning Appeals for the Bowling Green District, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. On to the consent agenda. Any items that any board member would like to pull and discuss individually?
I have just a correction on C for staff. I meant to call Mr. Cully. So if we could talk about C for a second. Mr. Pardon, I think you probably did this. We said we were removing 2 counties and adding a third. And when you go to the list of counties in section 1, Gloucester never got added to that list of counties, but the other 2 are removed.
Okay. That came,
Accomack and Northampton are gone, but Gloucester was never added as part of this. So
we will point that out. Well, in section 1 of, the charter,
I didn't,
Yeah,
I
Gloucester's
did
there.
miss it.
Yeah.
Okay, I missed it, sorry.
No.
It was late when I was doing that.
All right,
I'll make a motion to
Motion to-
approve as presented.
okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say how important it is to have the generator, which is part of the consent agenda.
Right.
I rode through Bowling Green last week and you could hear the hum of the generators going at the county office, the sheriff's office, and the court, so we need to have one here.
It helps this building be a,
It is the EOC.
an
And that'll-
EOC and
But
a
we'd be
shelter
able to
if
bring,
necessary.
because it was cold. If actually there were folks in Bowling Green, we didn't get power till 4 o'clock. And it was not a nice day, so it would have been nice even if you could just come sit in here with your phone and Wi-Fi or something.
And I would
Mine came
also
back
think
late.
if we ever declare an emergency and have to have an emergency shelter, it'd be a lot easier for,
All right, we have, we're looking at almost 7:20. We have 7:30 public comment. So why don't we take our break now? And we'll come back about 7:35 for public comments and then start our public hearings immediately after that. All right, so with that, we will pause and be back in about 15 minutes. March 24th, Board of Supervisors meeting. We will start with our public comments. This is for anyone that'd like to make a comment to the board. You get about 3 minutes. You can discuss any topic that's not an undecided public hearing or topic, either in the past or something that's being discussed in a public hearing tonight. So if you have something for tonight's public hearing, then you just wait for the public hearing to start immediately after our public comment period. So if you have a comment for the board, now is your time. Please come forward and take your time. Don't everybody come at once. Anyone? No one is moving a muscle, so we will close our public comment period and open up our public hearings for the evening. Item number 4, proposed vacation and disposition of public right-of-ways and roads known as Partnership Boulevard and Integrity Way.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm holding on for the presentation. All right. Public hearing tonight is for the vacation of right-of-ways for Integrity Way and Partnership Boulevard within the Union Bank Shares Business Park, which is located in the Carmel Church at the intersection of US Route 1 and Route 207. The applicant of RZ 04-2025 has requested to vacate portions of the right-of-way for Integrity Way and Partnership Boulevard. The subdivision plat shown here depicts Integrity Way as a 72-foot right-of-way and Partnership Boulevard as a 60-foot right-of-way. This subdivision plat, as recorded at Plat Cabinet C, page 34C, the portions highlighted would not be included with the vacation, highlighted in orange. I'm sorry, highlighted in orange would not be part of the vacation. Integrity Way and Partnership Boulevard were constructed, however, were not taken into the state secondary system, and is the applicant's intent to incorporate the vacated area into the REC corporate campus as depicted on the GDP for RZ 04-2025, which is now shown on your screen. You can see partnership and integrity inside the complex. And that concludes the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All righty.
Go back to that. Yep. And so again, the orange parts would remain dedicated. The yellow part would be vacated.
Mr. Pennington, where's Route 1 on this?
We're at the south part of the screen there.
Oh, where it says Route 1?
Yeah. No.
I thought it would be on the map.
You were not the only one to look at that. That's why I had to go look at one of the other.
I had to look at it twice.
Yeah, the subdivision plat did not show US Route 1 when it was recorded.
Thomas, I can show you because I got the big drawings.
Now, this means that what? What does it actually mean for the general consumption of the citizenry of Caroline County?
So currently they are dedicated, and should they remain as it builds out, then they could be taken into the state secondary system. However, the applicant for the REC corporate campus would develop this whole site and not have a reason for public roads within the internal operation area of the site. And so the orange portions would remain dedicated as their initial entrances, and also Lorraine Drive is planned to be extended to the north. And so that would stay dedicated for future dedication of Lorraine Drive to be a public road.
Alrighty, with that, we will open up our public hearing for removal of those right-of-ways. If you would like to make a comment on this public hearing, please come forward. Item number 4 is the proposed vacation and disposition of public right-of-way of roads known as Partnership Boulevard and Integrity Way. And anyone like to comment? All right, seeing none, we will close our public hearing for this item.
I just have one question.
Okay, Mr. Seeley?
So Integrity, Lorraine Drive and Integrity, the piece that's between them, is that also going to the REC, or is that gonna be a separate piece?
Yes, so if you look at the GDP right here, you can see Lorraine Drive on the right between the future development areas. And, oh yeah, I do have a pointer, sorry. Here's Lorraine Drive.
Yep.
And then here's Integrity Way. And so the area in between would be part of their campus. This
Okay.
is their campus and the orange is a future development area.
So those two pieces are future development, the orange pieces?
Yes, everything in orange, these two and this piece over here are future development areas.
That's brown to me.
Brown,
That's brown to me, okay?
brownish orange,
I'll go with the color.
What's the middle?
That's light brown.
light orange.
Okay, just like everything's brown to me, everything's orange to him. All right. Mr. Pennington, these roads are considered private roads right now because they've never been added to the state system, correct?
That would be correct.
Okay.
However, if another user were to occupy a lot in there, VDOT would look at traffic counts and then look at taking them into the state system.
But if the only user is going to be the co-op, there's no chance for another user to be there.
Correct.
Okay. Ready for a motion?
I'm good.
Mr. Chair, I'd move that we approve the vacation and disposition of public right-of-way on the Partnership Boulevard and Integrity Way.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept the proposed vacation of this and disposition of public right-of-way roads known as Partnership Boulevard and Integrity Way. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Mr. McKenzie, yes, all one public hearing. All
Separate
five.
votes, but one public hearing. Okay.
Right, so would you like one presentation on the rezonings and the special exceptions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to do the rezoning first.
Public hearing for the rezone,
Correct.
then a public hearing for the special exception.
Exceptions.
Four of them.
Mr. McKenzie's
Yeah,
coming.
just so to clarify, I mean, it's entirely up to the board, but the special exceptions are, you know, functionally related to the rezoning. They're tweaks to make the proposed development work for the applicant. So if the board wishes, you can have staff reports on the rezoning and the special exceptions explaining them. You can do one public hearing on all of those applications. And then just to make the record clear, we would want individual votes on the rezoning in each special exception.
Okay. I think looking at the crowd and who's in it and the absence of volume of people to speak, I would think we can, one public hearing, we can combine all these since they're materially adjoined. All right, item number 5, rezoning 04, RZ 04 2025, Partnership Boulevard Properties, owner Caroline Commercial Development Incorporated, owner Rappahannock Electric Cooperative applicant. And then we have SPEZ 10-2025, SPEZ 11-10-2025, SPEZ, SPEX 12-2025, and SPEX 13-2025. All the same owner, all the same applicant, all the same parcel of land. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, that's accurate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
The applicant is requesting approval of a proffer amendment to rezoning case RZ 04-2005 for an office park and maintenance facility pursuant to Article 9, Section 2.22 of the zoning ordinance. In November of 2005, the Caroline County Board of Supervisors approved a rezoning on the subject properties with the exception of 8210A and 8210C for the Atlantic Union Bankshares Corporate Office Park. The property was developed with the Atlantic Union Bankshares main office and the Culpeper Farmers Co-op structure. The remainder of the property was subdivided, creating 9 parcels, and the parcels are all zoned B1 and remain undeveloped. 9 parcels are served by access via Integrity Way and Partnership Boulevard, which were dedicated for public use but not taken into the system. And the applicant is requesting vacation of the Integrity Way and Partnership Boulevard to allow the property to be developed. Properties total 60.48 acres. and are bounded on the west by US Route 1 with 3.4 acres of B1 zone property containing a retail store and 14.75 acres of RP zone property containing a single-family home. Directly to the south is the Econo Lodge and Days Inn Hotels and a 5-acre B1 zone parcel. On the south side of Route 207 at the intersection by Route 1 is land zone B1 containing a restaurant, a retail shop, daycare, and moose lodge, and a 12.5-acre parcel that is vacant, and to the east by the U.S. Post Office and 9 acres of vacant land zone B1 located on Welcome Way Drive, and to the north by 63 acres of vacant land zone B1 and 36 acres of vacant RP zoned land adjacent to U.S. Route 1. The applicant plans to utilize this property for the REC corporate campus offices and maintenance facilities for approximately 405 employees. Approximately 10% will be new employees, and this facility will relocate existing staff from the Bowling Green and Fredericksburg REC offices. The site will be utilized for staff training, office staff, lineman staff, and safety training. This application is a proffer amendment and proposes to revise the original proffers associated with RZ 04-2005. The new proffer statement proffers to replace the original GDP with the GDP associated with this request. And the new proffers remove the road improvements that were required for Integrity Way and Partnership Boulevard. The land use section of the proffers propose to remove the restriction of uses that require a special exception permit and have provided other uses that would be restricted on the property. An existing proffer restricting the size of structures to be utilized has been removed, and the transportation proffers associated with the previous case has also been removed as they are no longer applicable. The applicant's GDP for the project proposes to utilize the former Atlantic Union Bankshares building and parking area as a corporate office building. The applicant has identified Phase 1 as a 2-story addition to the existing office building. In addition, the GDP shows Phase 2 that includes demolition of the former Culpeper Farmers Co-op building to be replaced with a fleet service maintenance building, a covered storage building along the northern property line adjacent to a vacant parcel zone B1, outdoor gravel storage laydown yard in the center of the project area, new shop building, fuel island and fuel tanks, and a covered vehicle storage and warehouse building near the US Route 1 frontage. The applicant has not indicated the square footage of the proposed buildings, and associated parking areas for the buildings and stormwater management ponds are also shown on the GDP. The proposed buildings are approximately between 650 and 1,200 feet away from the nearest existing single-family home located across Route 1 west of the subject property along Telegraph Road. GDP depicts the buildings with a maximum height of 40 feet and meeting the required setbacks of the B1 district. However, the proposed shop building and covered vehicle storage and warehouse building do not meet the maximum 50-foot setback or the rear parking requirements of the Highway Corridor Overlay District. Therefore, the applicant is requesting special exceptions as a companion case to adjust these requirements. The current configuration of the site contains 13 parcels accessed via Integrity Way from US Route 1. Partnership Boulevard as an internal roadway provides access to the individual parcels. As noted, both are requested to be vacated. Employee and customer access will be from US Route 1 onto Lorraine Drive. There are existing left and right turn lanes in place on US Route 1 for Lorraine Drive. Currently, Lorraine Drive is constructed to the intersection at Partnership Boulevard. Applicant proposes to extend Lorraine Drive for access to the office building and extending to the eastern property line, which would allow employees and the general public to bypass the maintenance area for safety. Should Lorraine Drive be extended to Welcome Way Drive in the future, the applicant has proffered to dedicate the right-of-way at that time. REC company vehicles will access the site via Integrity Way, which has right and left turn lanes in place on US Route 1. Integrity Way will provide access to the balance of the operational area, of the site. And as noted, this includes the maintenance shops, fueling area, and storage buildings and yards. Almond Drive is currently constructed from Rogers Park Boulevard to the entrance of the existing Econo Lodge Motel. At some future date, the applicant intends to complete the connection of Almond Drive to Lorraine Drive, which will require construction of a turn lane for Almond Drive. Completing the connection will require coordination with the owners of the Days Inn, as it will impact the Route 207 access point for the Days Inn. The GDP proposes to dedicate 72 feet from the center line of US Route 1 in accordance with the original rezoning of the property. Only a portion of that dedication was previously provided with the initial rezoning. A shared use path is shown within the right-of-way dedication on US Route 1 and the right-of-way of Route 207. The GDP depicts landscaping buffers along US Route 1 and Route 207 as required by the HCOD ordinance, and approximately 25 acres are shown as being maintained in open space along most property boundaries to minimize visual impacts. The GDP also depicts 4 future development areas in the southwest portion of the site. 2 of the future development areas front on US Route 1, 1 area on Route 207, and 1 area on Lorraine Drive. These future development areas may be utilized by the applicant in the future or sold for development by others. Some high-intensity uses have been proffered out by the applicant, limiting the future development. The project site development will be subject to the county's Chesapeake Bay regulations. GDP depicts northwestern portion of the property as containing resource protection area and wetlands, along with another small wetland area to the north of existing Lorraine Drive. The proposed layout does not depict any structures located within environmentally sensitive areas, which minimizes impacts. The project proposes preserving approximately 25.38 acres of open space to naturally buffer the property. And should the request be approved, the Department of Environmental Quality will review plans for compliance with stormwater management regulations. According to VDOT data from 2024, the annual average daily traffic on the 6.14 mile segment of Route 1 between 207 intersection and 639 is 11,000 vehicles per day. The average daily traffic on the 0.5 segment of Route 207 between Route 1 and Interstate 95 was 7,700 vehicles per day. The applicant has provided a traffic impact analysis for the project that has been reviewed by the county and VDOT. The TIA anticipates an additional 2,488 daily trips for the site. The TIA indicated no additional roadway improvements are recommended at the existing entrances. Integrity Way is approximately 1,600 feet north of the intersection with Route 1 and 207 and has existing turn lanes in place. Lorraine Drive is approximately 700 feet north of the intersection with Route 1 and Route 207 and also has existing right and turn lanes in place. The applicant has proffered the construction of a right turn lane on Route 207 for northbound US Route 1 traffic. Currently, there is only a slip lane for right turns that is shared with the through lane for traffic going west on Jericho Road. The addition of the turn lane creates a dedicated right turn movement. As noted, the applicant intends to complete its connection of Almond Drive with Lorraine Drive, which will require coordination with the Days Inn. And the applicant has proffered to complete the necessary improvements to allow Almond Drive to connect to Lorraine. The transportation section of the comprehensive plan promotes access management along 207. The extension of Lorraine Drive with a possible future connection to Welcome Way Drive is a strategy to provide alternate east-west road parallel to Route 207. And should an extension of Lorraine Drive occur in the future, the applicant proposes to dedicate Lorraine Drive to public use at that time. The project will be served by public water and sewer and electric utilities. Existing water and sewer infrastructure are contained within the site, and Public Utilities has provided comments that the site proposed uses can be served by public water and sewer. The 2030 Caroline Comprehensive Plan designates this area as commercial office within the Carmel Church Community Plan. The proposal intends to utilize the property for office use, storage, and maintenance of their equipment. The recent development pattern on this portion of Route 207 has been consistent with the goals of the comprehensive plan, and Route 207 is developed with restaurants, convenience stores, and industrial complexes in the surrounding area. The use of office storage and maintenance is a by right use in the B1 district and is consistent with the development patterns along the corridor and is also consistent with the comprehensive plan. Caroline County is currently working on a smart scale application for improvements to the intersection at Route 207 and US Route 1 that would add pedestrian accommodations, a right turn lane on Route 207 for traffic traveling northbound on US Route 1, and other roadway improvements. The applicant has proffered right-of-way dedication, turn lane installation, and shared use path construction along Route 207 and US Route 1. And the dedication of right-of-way and pedestrian improvements complement the smart scale application and further goals identified in the comprehensive plan. The Planning Commission held a public hearing for RZ 04-2025, SPEX 10, SPEX 11, SPEX 12, and XPS 13, 2025 at the February 26th Planning Commission meeting. There were no citizen comments provided during the public hearing, and the Planning Commission motioned to forward these applications to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval. The applicant has provided amended proffers for this rezoning case. Section 1 of the proffers commits to conformance with the GDP. Section 2 restricts higher intensity by right uses from the property and proffers construction materials for the structures to be located on the property. Section 3 of the proffers commits to turn lane improvements at Almond Drive, Route 207, US Route 1, roadway dedication and vacation of Integrity Way and Partnership Boulevard. And Section 4 of the proffers commit to the project phasing and the consolidation of land. Full proffer analysis has been included in your packet. And this concludes the rezoning portion of the presentation. Mr. Sadler, if you could load this SPEX presentation.
Before you go to that, Mr. Pennington,
Mhm.
can you go back to the map, please?
Which map do you
The,
want?
the
Mr.
first one I think you had. Oh, stop there.
This one?
Okay, go a little bit, go back to where you were going. That's it. I can't read the brown.
Oh, in the future development area?
And while you're looking at what that part is, would you also tell me the extension, the black dotted line across the back that allows for the, would allow for the parking?
On the
That
Route 1
goes-
frontage?
That goes into that lot also. Is it supposed to? Because we don't know what that lot's gonna be if they develop it.
Right, so the setback would be handled on the future development area at that time when it went for a site plan.
So
Uh,
it wouldn't be included if we approve the setback for the, shop, or whatever that first orange part at the bottom is.
It's not shown on the GDP. Yeah, that. So those lines, they're not shown on the GDP extending to the future development area. When we get to the special exception request, then it would be associated with the GDP. And so the setback request would not apply to the future development area at the corner of Route 1 and Route 207.
I was just gonna add, so in case you want to see it in your packet, what's on the screen here is, under Exhibit A. The tab that says Exhibit A. But I can also just read it to you.
I've got an electronic one and I couldn't zoom up, it was just fuzzy.
Yeah, existing co-op drive to be removed is what that top box says.
Okay.
And then below that, it says Lorraine Drive, 75-foot right of way, 0.52 acres.
Okay.
See note 6 on sheet 6.
So they're all descriptors, okay.
Yes, sir.
And then the bottom one says existing Culpeper Farmers Co-op building to be removed.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Pennington. Question.
Yes.
I saw the open space number that said 25 acres, and that's a 60-acre parcel. And I'm assuming that includes the future? That 25 acres includes the future?
No,
So it's
it's-
not really a true 25 acres of,
As far as I'm aware, the 25 acres includes the purple shaded area, which is wetlands, and the stormwater management ponds, which are shaded blue, and then any of the light green shading would be considered open space. That would be grass or trees and shrubs.
that completely encompasses the future growth areas. So is that, am I to understand that those areas are being part of that 25 acres? It just seems not to scale if that's.
So it'd be, these areas would be considered open areas.
Yeah.
And then I was speaking of these light green areas where it's going to be grassed. The applicant is calling those open areas. The stormwater ponds are considered open space. And so the applicant's calculation is 25.38 acres of green space, not counting the future development areas, as far as I'm aware.
I don't see how it wouldn't encompass them, but I think it's fine. I just never generally seen the medians in between parking spaces considered open space, but.
Well, I wasn't considering the medians in between parking spaces, but this large area in between the parking and
Well,
the range
they're
drive.
light green if they went
yeah.
by,
You're correct, yes.
so anyway. Mr. Seeley.
In the I don't know what they call this, the background section. You haven't got, I'll wait till you get, so that's the SPS section, this whole background. I'll wait till you do that presentation, then
Okay,
I'll go to questions there.
okay. Are there any other questions on the rezoning presentation?
All right, carry on.
I'm sure there will be, but the applicant will also have a chance to explain some of these things we can't see. All right.
Yes, I'll do the special exception presentation, which is only 3 slides and then 4 slides. And then the applicant can give their presentation. Mr. Sadler, could you load the SPEX presentation? All right, thank you. So SPEX 10 2025 is a request to designate certain roadways as private roads, including Lorraine Drive, Almond Drive, and Partners of Partnership Boulevard and Integrity Way. This request includes Lorraine Drive until such time as the dedication to public use becomes required by the proffer statement and the associated proffer. So this portion of Lorraine Drive would remain private until a future time when it connects to Welcome Way Drive. And that time, the applicant would dedicate this to public use and it would become a public road. Almond Drive would remain a private road. Are there any questions on the private roads? All right. SPX 11 is to remove the maximum setback of 50 feet. The yellow line is the maximum HCOD setback of 50 feet, which states the building must be no further back than 50 feet. Applicant is requesting to move their building back a little bit more. They're at 83 feet. So the red line shows you 83 feet where the front of their building is. So this request is to remove the maximum setback. The minimum setback of 20 feet would still stay. Any questions on the maximum setback?
Yeah, which way you go with this building again?
So
That
there,
little light just wants to bounce all around.
yeah,
Greg.
I'm trying to hold it steady there. So yeah, so this is 50 feet and they want to be at 83 feet.
Yeah. I think so.
They want to be further back
Yes.
than normal,
That is correct, yes.
which was going to allow them to have more buffer to help us with the drive-through and what we see.
Correct.
Okay.
Also better vision.
So,
Well, nobody's looking there.
so the intent of the 50-foot is to have the building close to the road and the parking obscured behind the building.
Correct. The HCOD ordinance is designed to have the building close to the road so you don't see a sea of parking and your eyes aren't drifting over this way to look at a building. Bring the buildings closer, you can see the buildings and then you access parking from the rear. And so in this case, with this layout of the property and incline coming off Route 1, they're asking to move a little bit further back to increase the landscaping buffer and visibility.
But it does look like parking.
Yes, so that's another special exception request, is they have a request about the parking in the front. So I'll skip to that one. This is the request to have front yard parking. The 2 parking spaces highlighted in blue are in front of the building, and HCOD requires parking be to the side or the rear. So this is the 3rd special exception request to allow parking in front of a building on an HCOD highway.
How many spaces?
The total number, the left parking lot, I believe, was 13. And the right parking lot, I thought was 6 or 7. Give me 1 second. Yeah, so it's 5 spaces and what looks like an ADA space in front of the fleet service building on the right. And approximately 15 spaces in front of the maintenance shop.
Mr. Pennington?
Yes, sir. On the 15 in front, no, they're not showing as ADA compliant, but they have ADA compliant spaces at the rear.
Mr. Pennington?
Yes, sir.
Just out of curiosity, what's the reason for the wanting the front? I mean,
That was part of the GDP, and the original request was to allow those parking areas in the front. Should this request be denied, they would have to move those parking spaces to the side or rear of those buildings.
Are these car spaces or truck spaces?
They would be standard vehicle spaces. 9 foot by 18 foot,
which means they could be anything.
correct.
So, so I'm a little confused. If we don't want people being distracted, so we're gonna have a nice building where they can see, but yet between the road and the building, we're gonna have a bunch of vehicles. It could be trucks, it could be cranes, it could be little cars, they could be golf carts for all I care. I don't understand why you would move one and state this and then put vehicles closer to the road where if somebody has an accident,
Hmm.
they could go that way.
So I'm gonna skip,
So
a-
explain.
I'm gonna skip a slide real quick, but, one of the suggested staff conditions on the parking specs is that all parking areas shall be screened from US Route 1.
Define screen.
Screening is defined in the ordinance as being obstructed by view, or being obstructed from view. So they could use fencing, board-on-board fencing, they could use landscaping, evergreen trees. And so that's what we would be looking at there.
But we could determine that it would have to be landscaping or live trees or something of that nature as opposed to a fence with a green
Yes,
tablecloth over it.
yes, you could adjust that condition to say shall be screened by evergreen vegetation.
Mr. Pennington. Yes. Mr. Pennington,
Yes, sir.
if, they weren't, the setback originally was 50 feet, correct?
Maximum setback. Yes.
Maximum. Could I park in the front if I were at the 50?
No. You would still need a special exception to park in the front. The HCOD ordinance restricts front yard parking.
So they moved back 80, but they want 20 of it back for parking.
And
That basically,
yes, that basically. And so, Ms. Long, the landscape buffer right here, the green, dark green, that's a required HCOD landscaping buffer that they would be required to put canopy trees, understory trees, and shrubs along that whole landscape buffer.
Mr. Pennington, for the record, would you let people know what the HCOD, the Highway Corridor District is?
The Highway Corridor Overlay District. So those are the main arterial roads in the county, which would be Route 1, 301, Route 2, Ladysmith Road, 207. And they're designed for aesthetic purposes. You want your buildings to be closer and your parking to be on the sides and the rear. You're required a landscape buffer. Any type of fencing that is within the landscape buffer must be a decorative fence. And so it's designed to keep aesthetics on the arterial highways looking nice.
Mr. Seeley, your question?
Yeah, since this is the SPX and we're talking about fences, on page 9 of, for lack of better word, it was the description of the special exception. There's not really a title for this, but it's the proffer amendment justification impact. Page 9, bottom triple letter I. This is the impact statement.
Okay.
It's page, the numbers are on, it's page 9. It's the very bottom of page 9. Keep going, you gotta go back.
Yeah, of their impact statement, correct?
I read what the title of this was. The heading of this is SPX 12 and 13, and it says Caroline County, Virginia. The page on the front of this is proffer amendment justification and impact statement. So triple letter I, the first sentence, the location and height of buildings, the location, nature, and height of walls and fences, and the nature extent of landscaping on the site shall be such that will not hinder or discourage the appropriate development use of adjacent land, buildings, or impair the value. Now, it looks like we're going to change, and what brings me here is it looks like we're going to change the height of walls and fences. And then never again do we talk about the height of fences except here. So are we changing? I don't know what this italics means. And I don't know what this reference is to for height of walls and fences, because we're talking about screening. So I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page what this is actually referring to.
So they did not request any exceptions to any ordinance requirements for walls or fences. And so the ordinance limits fence height to 8 feet. So they would be limited to an 8-foot fence height should they put any fences on the site. And they would be looked at during the site plan phase of the development.
Okay, because this was a special exception section, so I'm just looking to make sure we're not changing something that we're not all aware of. That's, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just looking at, but it looked like this. Do we know where this italics language came from?
That's in the applicant's statement. And so I would defer to the applicant on his impact statement.
Okay, I'll ask him there. I'm just making sure we're not changing something we're not aware of, that's all.
Yeah, no, fence height would be limited to 8 feet with the zoning ordinance, and that would be checked at the site plan phase when we go through any development, should this be approved.
Okay.
All right, can we motor through the presentation? That way
Yep,
we can open up
the last one was right here,
Okay.
the specs 13, 2025. It's a request to allow a 250-foot tall private radio communication tower on the site. The area highlighted in yellow is the location shown on the GDP for the radio tower. And the applicant has provided a simulated view shed, what the tower would look like from I-95, US Route 1, and Route 207. And then, as I mentioned before, here are the staff suggested conditions for the 4 special exceptions. And that concludes the presentation. And any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Mr. Penning, do you know if there is any restriction of having 2 towers within, say, 400 feet of each other? Because we have a Verizon tower right in the back of that hotel.
I'm not aware of that off the top of my head. I would have to look at that.
Agree, I just didn't know if they would interfere with each other. I mean, they're going to be close. So,
I'm being told there's no
This is-
restriction of towers being 400 feet away from each other.
And could I also ask, the pictures are nice, but aren't there also some houses back off of that way that buffer or the back line of their property? Do we have a picture of how?
Of their property? I'm not aware of any houses. The only house I'm aware of near this property is on the other side of Route 1 that fronts off Telegraph Road.
Okay, so there's nothing behind it.
No, behind there is Welcome Way Drive. It's a vacant B1 parcel directly behind there, and then the Comfort Inn and what used to be the Aunt Sarah's and the Quality Inn, that is what is behind this property.
But it is a business, future business development possibility.
Yes, the parcel behind them is already zoned B1.
Okay, just would have been nice to see how it would affect the business properties. That's all I was thinking. That's all right, thank you.
well, let's open up our public.
Do you want to allow the applicant presentation?
first. Okay. All right, so we'll open up the public hearing and we'll have the applicant present first as part of the public hearing. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, other members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Charlie Payne, represent the applicant. It's always a pleasure to be in Caroline County. Haven't seen you guys in a while, so it's always good to be here. And thank you. And thanks to Mr. Pennington and staff. He did a really good job of presenting our case, so we're done. No, I'm just kidding. But we'll be pretty quick. We've got just a few slides, and Mr. Satterwhite's here is also from Rappahannock Co-op. And of course, the applicant being Rappahannock Co-op, I'm sure you're all very familiar with Rappahannock Co-op, a long-term corporate citizen, employer in the county, and power provider. We are growing. I've had the pleasure of representing Rappahannock Co-op as their general counsel for 15 years, and I've seen a lot of growth during that period of time, and they're growing very, very fast. And there's a need for an expanded regional corporate office, and we want to put it here in Caroline County.
It's a good place for it.
Great place for it. Just real quickly, staff had noted this is 13 parcels. It's roughly 60 acres. Obviously, the Atlantic Union Bank shares office building was part of this original project. So what we're doing is basically redeveloping a intended corporate campus. And the reason for the vacation, as staff had noted, basically all of the internal roads in this site will be for our use. So we want to be able to, obviously control that access for security purposes, for access for our employees, for access for our customers. And then eventually, when we connect the Welcome Way, we'll be dedicating Lorraine Drive as a public road. But we'll get into a few more details about access, both off Integrity Way, which would be for our trucks, basically, and for our maintenance operations, and then obviously Lorraine Drive for our customers and for our employees. All of these parcels are Zone B1, so what we've got is a proffer amendment and several special exception requests, 5 of them, I believe, as staff has noted. We will be repurposing the one building, the Atlantic Union Bank building, office building, and we'll be expanding that in addition to that. I think that building is roughly 70,000 square feet plus, and then we're going to add another 16,000 to it. This will be a positive economic development generator, a very conservative $300,000 annually in real estate tax and personal property taxes, 400 jobs, over 400 jobs, 10% will be new jobs. The employees will be relocating from the Bowling Green office and also from our other offices to this site. We will keep the Bowling Green office. We've had that question before for other operational aspects. Just real quickly, and staff did a really good job of all of the applications that are here before you. There is a proffer amendment to the prior existing proffers that were approved, RZO 4/2005, which was for that corporate campus I previously noted. Have a special exception for the development of private roads within the commercial development. Again, we want control of those roads. This will be one corporate campus with one user. It's important for not only safety, but also security. We're also requesting a setback to exceed 50 feet. Again, this will allow better mobility for the site. It will also ensure security for the site and also allow us, as noted by staff, to add more buffering and landscaping around us. We're also asking for that for the parking special exception requests within the HCOD. And I'll get into that when we get to the plat. I think it'll make a lot more sense once I get there to explain why we need that. And then the special exception for the freestanding tower, which is sitting to the further east of the site. And to Mr. Forehand's question, I did ask Jason, who's our operation vice president, in regards to whether any of our tower experts were concerned about the other tower being so close, and they are not. This will be a one-purpose tower for our operation so that we can communicate with all of our different various employees and with our various different locations. And just real quick, our regional corporate office, as I noted, will have multiple accessory and supporting uses, and here they are. The ones that we have identified on our GDP: warehouse, communications tower, vehicle wash and repair facility, vehicle fuel tanks and station, apparatus shop, carport for equipment storage, outside storage, and other related uses. Again, this will be our one-stop shop corporate campus. This is where we're intending to expand our footprint and to be a very important part of Rep Hampshire Co-op in the future. And here is the layout exhibit of the project. And I have some other slides that get kind of a little bit closer into the project so you can see the various different uses. And I think I can use this. Again, Integrity Way for our operations access, a lot of our truck traffic, et cetera, will be utilizing that. Lorraine Drive will be where our employees are coming in and our guests and our customers. Amen Drive will be eventually, once we're able to work out some issues with the property owners along 207, will be another access point, and then a right turn lane will be built on Route 1 to also access the site. Back here is the main office building. This is the current building that's here today that will remain. We'll retrofit that and redevelop that for our intended office purposes. Here's the expansion area. We have various different shops and storage areas. Again, given the fact that this is going to be sort of one of our main locations, we're going to need all of these accessory uses and support for that purpose. And like I said, there's some other slides here that kind of break this down a little bit so you can see it a little bit better. And so I can see it because I'm getting old and I can't see that far. But this is, again, our office location, main office, expansion. employee parking here. There'll be a gate to get into, the gate's down here. There'll be a gate down here, secured gate for where our operations area is going to be. Again, you'll see the new covered storage buildings to our further north. And here's where the tower is going to be located. This is the highest part of the site, which is, we're taking advantage of that with the 249-foot tower. Let me get to the next one here. This is to the western end of the site. Again, the proposed covered vehicle storage here, our maintenance shop, and our proposed fleet service building here. And these sort of ruby orange colors or brown will be our future development areas for the site. The reason we need the parking along the front here is you can see this is all wide open here. This is so auto turns for our trucks can get around. So because there's a lot of truck activity and this is a covered area where trucks will be coming through on each side, we'd like to have this parking up front because it's safer for our employees versus, and because there's so much truck traffic going on behind here and in these other locations. So that's the reason why we've got just limited parking along the front here within the HCOD on both sides here. It's really for our operational mobility. As staff had noted, we've got the buffering along the front here as well, 20-foot landscaping buffer. All of this is open space, Mr. Forehand. All of this green area, stormwater, same on this side, and all the green that's around the future development areas. You'll also notice these little hash lines that Ms. Long asked about. Those are setback lines. All of this infrastructure along the front, the right turn lanes, and I think it's a left turn lane, all of this along the front is there today. And here is, I thought you'd be interested in seeing what looks like the intersection of Rogers Clark, Amin Drive, Route 1 intersection here. There'll be a right turn lane built here, consistent with your smart scale planning, and here's our lane drive access. Here are the uses that we've proffered out that would be allowed under B1, consistent with what was approved before, and I think we've added some additional uses. And transportation improvements, again, at the intersection of Amin Drive and Route 207, constructing a westbound right turn lane with 300 feet of storage and 100 feet of taper at the intersection of 207. And to extend Amin Drive if approved by VDOT in the county. And we're also constructing, and I didn't note this earlier, but we've got 500 plus feet along Rogers Clark and a couple thousand feet, I think, on Route 1. We're building shared use paths in both of those areas. So, this is going to be a welcoming area. We're not trying to shut down access to our site, but we're also trying to make it safe, secure, and friendly to our customers and guests. And if Amin Drive improvements cannot be at all, can be instructed outside the control of the applicant, we'll build that right turn lane as well on 207 and Route 1, dedicating right away as staff has noted before. And here are the transportation improvements, just real quick. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I got two quick ones. Is there a customer interface as part of this? Okay, where is that, on the east side of the building?
Customer access will be, get the big picture here. So Lorraine Drive to here, this is where the customers can come in. I think it's right here, right, Jason? Or is it further this way?
It's right there where you.
Right here.
Yeah.
There's a mine.
Where it says existing employee parking right there. That'll be member parking and they'll come into the front of the building.
Yeah, it'd be a monument sign right here where they'd come in. Security gate is here. I'm sorry. Security gate for our employees is going to be here.
Okay.
Stay there for a second. No, go ahead.
And other question is, do y'all plan to have a cafeteria? I know that building has one. I just didn't know if y'all were gonna.
We plan on having some type of commercial kitchen for our use during.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I got a quick one. Before you go, the property on the far right at the corner of 207 and Route 1,
Yes, sir.
that's not really part of your development plan, right?
Correct. So everything internal to the north of Lorraine Drive that's not developed,
But,
right?
but you purchased that property?
Yes.
That's part
Okay.
Yep.
I asked that because I know Mr. Wilson had been looking at a couple of ventures to put on that property, but now it's yours, but you're not gonna develop it, so that possibly is still out there based on, working with you guys.
Mr. Wilson's reached out.
As well, he should have. Okay,
But
thank you.
the concept was to keep this consistent, obviously, with the comprehensive plan, allow it to be for another viable use that
Right.
could serve both the campus and the community.
Okay, thank you.
Any other preliminary questions before we open up the public hearing? Or
You
we
were already
invite
involved.
others?
I
to
do
public
have
hearing?
another question. On Route 1, into Integrity Lane, with big trucks going in and out of there, and the increased number of cars and trucks we have on the road, considering we've got a fancy hotel with water, a park, things coming up north, and we're growing. If that turn lane becomes insufficient, can we put, and I guess this is a Craig or Mr. McKenzie question, can we request that if the turn lane needs to be extended for safety reasons, or if a light needs to be put up there because trucks are backing up, that would be covered by the applicant? That cost would be the obligation of the applicant? I see you looking, Chris, you could answer it. Yeah. If you want. I'm just wondering if that would.
Yeah, so as Mr. Payne just noted out, that would be driven by the traffic impact analysis and a traffic study. And I don't think it's part of the application right now. So it's not really something that's within the scope of the application or the current traffic study.
And how often are those traffic studies redone in that area of the county?
It's a Leon question.
Whoever comes next.
Yeah, so it's going to depend on the development in the area. So each development that comes along does a traffic study, and each traffic study builds on the prior study. And so the next application that comes along will account for this existing background traffic as well as the other background traffic in the area and determine, what additional improvements may be needed. The right turn lane that they're proposing is essentially the smart scale project that we made an application for last time. And so, I'm gonna get to your traffic question. The background traffic in that study accounted for this project and it accounted for projects across the street if they were built as well. And so it forecast that it would be sufficient to accommodate future traffic because it creates a dedicated right turn lane solely for traffic going north. But right now, that's a shared lane with the through traffic going across the Jericho.
So it would account for traffic going south that where trucks might be trying to turn. If I'm going south, trucks would be trying to take a left-hand turn. That would be safe for all people who might work in Richmond and are going to work in the morning. I'm just trying to think safety here, Leon.
Yeah, it does. It does account for that because it creates additional capacity in both the left turn lane and the through lane because now traffic that is going right will have a dedicated lane to go right and they don't have to stay in the dedicated through lane or try to get in the left turn lane to make the left turning movement.
And Ms. Long, our traffic study did look at various different intersections in the immediate area. And the analysis based on our projected traffic, it's not a lot of traffic. I mean, it's a lot of traffic in regards, we got 400 plus employees, but we're, as you know, our employees are typically there Monday through Friday, unless there's an emergency. And they're in during peak hours AM and out during PM peak hours. So not a lot of weekend traffic in regards to our use.
Thank you. I was more concerned with the big trucks turning in and out than I was with your employee cars, because I know they're going to have their own road going in. So I was more concerned about the other road, but thank you.
Yeah, and that's the exact reason for the separate entrances.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Long, if it does help put you at ease. There are very large holding turn lanes for going into, turning onto 207 and into their primary truck entrance. And I'm with available, I'm looking at Google Earth and just looking at the size of the holding lanes and the potential for them to be actually expanded. There's even growth potential there, so. All right, anyone else? Miss, I'm sorry. Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Anyone else like to, you want to stay close, see if anybody else wants to comment on our public hearing? For any of these items, anyone like to comment? All right, seeing none. Any other questions from the board or staff? Want to close the public hearing? Yes, we will go ahead and close our public hearing. Mr. Thomas has a question.
Mr. Payne or Mr. Satterwhite, I noticed you mentioned on a couple of these, you said monument signs. Is that similar to what you have in Bowling Green? Something small and not a big giant neon sign that says co-op, co-op, co-op?
If you have, they have access to our GDP, right? In our GDP, we actually have the monument sign that's in there. I'm sorry, I don't have it in my slides. It's on sheet.
Yeah, that's just what I was checking.
It's similar to our,
Yeah, it's similar, very similar to what Union Bank had there on Route 1 that's still there. Yeah,
Basically the block and then the name on top.
correct.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I was asking, because it's a twofold thing. One is people need to see where you are when they're going to do business with you, but people also don't need to see where you are to maintain security. So I didn't want a big giant billboard that said co-op, and we've got a sign ordinance.
it's a fairly normal size monument sign. It's on sheet 5 of 7 of your GDP on the top.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Oh, yeah. I mean, I rode by the,
I don't
the
see
other
it on
day.
sheet 5, but
Yeah. It's not something we see in our packet for whatever reason.
Yeah, and I'm sorry I don't have it on our.
But that's okay. That's okay. We have a sign ordinance, so we know what it is. Mine's electronic. Sometimes I don't get all that stuff. You don't have to show me.
All right,
Good.
moving on.
I'm good. I'll wait till last
Anyone
since it's the Mattapan district, unless there's any other questions.
Ms. Long, Mr. Underwood, Mr. Seeley, Mr. Black.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I'm gonna do this 5 or 6 times. I'm gonna move for the approval of RZ 04-2025 for the Rappahannock Co-op.
second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for RZ 04-2025. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries.
I'm gonna move for the adoption of special exception 10-2025.
All right, we have a motion and a second for SPEX 10-2025.
Mr. Chair, just confirming that's with the conditions presented. by
With the
staff.
conditions presented by staff on all of those, and I'm glad you stood up, Mr. McKenzie, because I want to make sure that we say evergreen trees as part of the buffer. And
That's SBX 12, so
That's
we'll
12.
get to that one, yeah.
Okay,
I'll come up here and I'll read you that condition.
I'm sure you will, thank you. All right, so I made the motion for 10.
Second.
All right, motion and a second for SPX 10-2025. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Chair, move the adoption of special exception 11-2025.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for SPX 11-2025.
Here comes Mr. McKenzie.
Okay,
It's 12.
you're a little
Oh, it's
faster.
for 12,
You all in
okay.
favor?
I said second.
We gotta vote.
Oh, I saw him come up. I thought
Sorry,
you
I'm
were,
just
you're
getting in
preparing for the
place.
next one.
Yeah.
All right. Any, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve special exception 12-2025 for Rappahannock Electric Co-op with the additional language that says,
So the suggested condition for SBX 12/2025, in addition to the two wit, is that all parking areas shall be screened from view from US Route 1. And my understanding is that you wanted to clarify that screening is already defined under the ordinance, but you wanted to specifically state that that'll be an evergreen stand. Is there specific language, staff, that you prefer?
It just needs to be vegetated that
vegetative.
stays green, right? So
Yes.
it could be holly, it could be
Yeah,
anything
so-
that stays green.
All parking areas shall be screened from view from US 1 with evergreen vegetation.
perfect. Is that a problem, Mr. Satterwhite? Because you got plenty of trees at the co-op. Okay,
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion to second with amended
Amended.
conditions. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
all right, before I make a motion to approve special exception 13/2025, which is our last one, you never told us when this building and stuff was gonna be finished. So is it gonna be finished in June or July?
How about September of this year?
He goes.
The dates have not been fully determined at this time, but we are looking at a full build out, probably 2029.
2029 is a full build out, but.
We should, if all goes well, we could occupy the main building late 27. But there's a few approvals I have to get on my side also.
We just want to make sure, we're going to say welcome to Caroline, you're here already, welcome to that part.
Yep.
But I want to know when to make sure we set up the balloons and everything, so. All right,
Sounds
thank you,
good.
Mr. Satterwhite. I'm going to move the approval of special exception 13/2025, which is the last one for Rappahannock Co-op.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for SPX 13-2025. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
I think this is a great location for that facility.
All right, that concludes our public hearings for the evening. So we will go into new business. And I do not see her. She was,
They're here. It's just Marlene's not here.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Item number 7, request for festival permit, hot air balloon glow and laser show. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I was going to introduce this item, and the applicant is present this evening.
Okay.
Just some brief information for you. This is a request from the applicant, which is Balloon Shows USA, requesting a festival and special event permit from the Board of Supervisors. Their event is proposed at Meadow Event Park on the proposed dates of May 8th and 9th, 2026, which are Friday and Saturday, each day from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. They anticipate an attendance of 2,500 per day for a total of 5,000 attendees over both days. And according to their application, they're proposing 4 tethered balloons that'll be anchored with 3 to 4 vehicles as tie-off points. Each balloon will have a crew of 4 to 6 persons, which includes a pilot, crew chief, and 2 to 4 volunteers. And in addition to the balloons, the event will also include bounce houses, food, and craft vendors. This application has been reviewed by the county's technical review committee and has been deemed acceptable for approval. And with that, I was going to introduce the applicant, Bradley Broom, with Balloon Shows USA, should there be additional questions, but I can attempt to answer questions you might have as well.
Any questions from the board?
Oh, well, first I'd like to meet the applicant. Welcome, Caroline. Were you here when we had a balloon show a few years ago? Was that yours also?
No, ma'am.
Okay,
I was not a part of that.
well, that's a good way to start.
Yes.
And then my second question is, how many of these have you done before? And then just to staff, I will ask, are we totally out of any liability based on his insurance coverage?
Absolutely. We've averaged about 12 to 15 hot air balloon events per year. Pretty strong since about 2022, right after the COVID restrictions. That deal was over. And before that point, we were probably hosting about one or two a year, hot air balloon shows, and no accidents. Therefore, we don't fly. We always like to say we like to keep the entertainment there. Therefore, the most rides we do is going to be roped off by 4 points, 3 to 4 points, depends on wind direction. That's always at the balloon pilot's discretion as well, how many points they need. The anchor points to be, weighted down to the ground.
Mr. Chairman?
And
What are those anchor
go ahead.
points while you're there?
It's trucks. We normally like to use trucks, heavy trucks. We don't like to use cars or Jeeps, but we will use the balloon pilots, their van or truck, what they use to haul their balloon in. And then we'll also have crew and staff have their trucks out there to be able to. It seems to be suffice as far as weight. And also, we've had events before to where we used water tanks. But the problem is with tanks is once if the wind was to shift a little bit, you would have to get a loader out, move the tank, shift that around. So if wind direction was to shift, you can easily use a truck, move it around, yeah.
Got a quick question. Mr. Black? You were saying, and then Ms. Long brought up a point, we have a little bit of,
history.
Yeah, we have a little bit of
Mental
history.
scar tissue.
Yeah, I guess scar tissue is a good way of putting it. These are actual, not that you said you've never had a incident, which is great, but these are actual real pilots. Like, in other words, if the balloons were to get up in the air, this would be a pilot who knows how to get this thing down, correct?
Absolutely.
Yes, okay, so these aren't just people that are, okay.
Absolutely.
That's what I want to make sure. I saw your max height was going to be 75 feet.
Yeah.
I saw that in the packet. And I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure that these people are actually licensed to handle these, and there's an emergency protocol, because we just don't want anything that.
Oh no, we brag on the fact that all of our balloon pilots have at least 25 years experience flying.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Thomas?
The gondola is gonna be on the ground. Everybody gets in, and then you float them up to 75 feet. They wave, take pictures, do whatever for an hour or so, and then you bring them down, or less
No,
than an
not
hour?
like in an hour or so. We like to say 5 or 7 minutes. It's nothing like you're going to stay up there for a while, and it's only 75 feet if winds are absolutely calm. What I see the average per show is they'll be up around 45, 50 feet. We just like to say a 75-foot max.
Okay.
But then the ride lasts about 5 to 7 minutes. It's enough time. I always, when a person asks me before their ride, I'm like, they're like, how long is this ride? I said, well, it depends on if you're having good conversation with the balloon pilot. If they're enjoying your presence, you'll probably be up there 10 to 15 minutes. If not, they're going to try to get you down quickly.
So during the show, you'll have, you said 4 balloons?
4 balloons that's going to offer a ride, tethered ride.
Okay, 4 balloons, tethered rides.
Yes.
Say 6 rides per hour. That's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Each
for
balloon.
6 hours.
Well, depends on when the weather's safe. We like to we like to have our events around dusk, because that's when winds tend to calm down during the day.
And the view will be beautiful, yeah.
Yeah. So our ride time is probably from 7 o'clock to about 9. That's normal. That's the normal time frames we'll do rides.
So it's like 100 up and downs
Mm-hmm.
for the whole show.
It could be for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And it's also important to note, we'll have 3 other balloons there as well, but they remain on the ground, just so that's out there.
That was my question. How many total balloons would?
Seven.
7 total?
7. Yeah.
Okay.
We like to call them shapes. We'll have a sun there, and Remax normally the Remax balloon pilot who has the region. They're normally out at each event.
All right, any other questions? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the request for the festival permit for the hot air balloon glow and laser show.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the request, the festival permit for the hot air balloon glow and laser show. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Good luck.
Thanks, y'all. Looking forward to bringing the event here.
Yeah, great. All right, next item, number 8, first reading of proposed amendments to chapter 21 of the county code pertaining to animals.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, this is simply an update to the ordinance to reflect, to bring it up to date with the state code and other cleanup. Sergeant Heffler from the Sheriff's Office brought it to our attention, and she's worked with the county attorney's office to amend the ordinance. There's a lot of red, but the gist is it's simply updating to bring it in compliance with state code and a few cleanups. Lieutenant Heffler is here if there are any specific questions, but what we're asking is that you advance it to public hearing.
I just had a couple of questions if I may, Mr. Chair.
I do have a couple questions for the lieutenant.
Sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, Mr. Thomas.
Oh, thank you, sir. Yeah, you've been sergeant for so long, he had a hard time saying lieutenant, right?
Yes, sir.
So I was going through this and there's a couple of things. One is temperatures above 85 degrees and below 32 degrees determine that your animal should not be outside.
Correct.
So all of the people that have outdoor dog houses and things, they have to bring their animal inside.
Yes.
When those temperatures are there.
Yes.
Okay, by state law,
Yes.
that was county law or state law now?
It's a state law, it's a tethering law, and it's, during normal temperatures in between that, it's fine. But they can also be in a kennel with a dog, with a proper dog house, but they just cannot be tethered.
In a kennel means fenced in.
Yes. They
Still
just can't be
outside.
tethered. Yes.
Okay, that's,
That's, yeah, the tethered part is what I missed too.
What
Not-
they're
not
what they're
necessarily
doing,
on the
they don't want
couch.
something tied out in the sun and then having a heat stroke and seizuring and dying. So
Well,
if they can get in shade and run around, then they're
but if the fence is in the sun, it's no different.
they have to have a shelter.
Yeah, that's
and a lot.
another problem. That's a whole separate problem.
Okay. The other question I had was, it didn't mention anything about exotic animals. We had an issue here, I'm
It should
sure you
be.
remember.
Yes, it's in there.
I didn't see anything and I think my point was animals that are not natural to Virginia,
Right. No, that was in there.
because I want to get an elephant. And I want to make sure that's okay.
Better than a monkey.
That's what the lady had, that was an issue.
Yeah, we had a mountain lion too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had the czar, the mountain lion.
Yeah, it was a large cat facility they were trying to build.
Oh, yeah, we didn't approve that.
It's
though.
2119.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually 2119 and it's in the.
2119,
Yes.
for exotics?
Yes.
Okay, then I will check that later and I'll hold you. If I have a question, I'll give you a call.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions, Lieutenant? All righty. I guess we would move this along to public hearing. Okay, does that require a vote, Mr. McKenzie? All right, I need to entertain a motion and a second to move this to public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to move this to public hearing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it is officially voted upon. All right, next we have proposed work session for presentation of county administrator's physical budget.
Now we gotta have a public hearing.
No, we've got the 9A, the tank.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Where were you going?
Yeah.
Thanks for the help.
That's after this one.
Yeah, 9A's next.
Not
I just,
that.
I've talked to a few of you. I'm not quite ready. We're still working on some numbers for the budget. Would like to have a budget work session and presentation of the budget and a work session next Tuesday night, the 31st. The driving factor behind that is I really need to have to the newspaper on April 1st by noon, an ad for the tax rate. And so I'd like to discuss with the board, what you're comfortable with that, being as I bring that forward. So
Did you say next Tuesday?
next Tuesday, I understand you're going to be out of town.
There's no way I'm busy, that's an obligation I've had for a long time.
Understand.
I'll be in Arizona.
As long as I got 4.
I guess my question is, why would we do this with certain supervisors? I mean, we have a regular schedule that we meet, and I understand we want to get the budget out, but there are 2 supervisors that are going to be, I have a family situation.
I understand. If we miss that first, then you're be pretty much automatically delaying penalty and interest on your June 5th tax bills. So if you're comfortable with doing that, we can go later, but that is the driving factor. We're out of time to get the ad in the paper and hold the public hearings that we need to hold for the tax rate. Not the budget, just the tax rate.
Yeah.
It's not to vote on it, it's just to decide what we're going to advertise.
This is a work session on Tuesday,
Yeah,
a week from tonight. What time?
6 o'clock,
6 p.m. Work for everybody?
other than Mr. Bly.
Jeff, yeah.
Is there a reason you can't do it the week after?
I won't be able to get the ad in the paper, so yeah, we can do it whenever you want, but delaying that delays the public hearings, all that's set up by code, so I don't have any ability. So that would then push everything further down the line, so then by the time the commissioner got the work done and the treasurer got the bills to the printer, they've got is it 14 days? That at least 14 days the treasurer's got to have them on the street. We normally like to have a month. So that would push that back. Yeah, could you zoom in for that?
I'll check, possibly. I'll check. I mean, yeah, that's frustrating to say the least.
I have no idea where I will be
Yeah,
in Utah
exactly.
or Arizona or Wyoming.
Probably can't zoom from any of those places.
Well, it'll be around Arches National Park, so in the middle
Probably
of
no
nowhere.
internet.
So. Yeah. County-owned sat phone?
Hey, you just take Starlink with you and upload.
Bring your own dish.
Yeah. I'll pack that in my carry-on.
Yeah.
Right, all we need is a quorum. Like I said, the only thing would be deciding, we go over the budget and show you where the numbers look like, and then what I think the tax rate needs to be, and whether you agree that that's what we advertise or.
But you're gonna be presenting the budget that night, correct?
Correct.
No, you're gonna be, no, you're not gonna be presenting
I'm not holding a public
budget
hearing
at
on it.
when we get together for a work session.
Yeah, that'd be the
We're
first
just
time you
telling
see
you
the,
what to do.
yeah. That's the first time you see the budget. I'll show you the numbers. I'll show you the sheriff's public safety request. I'll show you the 25 new employees that have been asked for. I'll show you what all of that costs and why we don't have enough money necessarily to advertise the tax rate at 52 cents.
Where do we though, like, get the information, like, for those of us, like, when you present your budget, we're just gonna be seeing, everyone's gonna be seeing for the first time, there's gonna be no packet coming out?
If I can get a packet out, yes, I will get that to you.
Like on Thursday?
No, like on Monday.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, I just.
You want a paper packet or you deal with?
No, like, I
digital?
mean, I can do electronic. I just, like,
Yeah,
I have family obligations that I have to be there for, and it's not a planned, board meeting that we. Yeah.
No, I understand. I mean, the budget's not going to be 100% ready then because the state adjourned and has no budget. So I can't tell you what the school number exactly is going to be. That may be May. But we can't wait till May to set the tax rate when we do twice a year tax collection. So the big decision is, what are you comfortable advertising? If you want to try to set a number tonight, that's fine, but I just would like to be able to present to you what the big drivers in the budget are. We got to have a public hearing on the budget. We got to have a public hearing on the tax rate. There'll be other times to talk about it, but right now you're not ready to, if I was ready to adopt a budget, because I don't know the school number. I have a guess.
Mr. Cully, if you advertise a budget,
Tax rate, you can come down.
tax rate, you can come down. So if
come
we
down,
think
but
high,
right, you can come down.
And
Cannot go up.
we're not going to adopt it until Mr. Black's had plenty of time to look at
Correct.
everything and we've had time to discuss it.
His input would be missing if he wanted it to be higher than what the board ultimately agrees
And-
to.
Yeah, and we're gonna put a budget.
Mr. Black and Mr. Forehand, even though they're out of town, will still have an opportunity to talk to you and maybe the rest of the board if they would like to.
Between now
Between now and then,
Tuesday. Okay.
or Tuesday night sometime.
Correct. Yeah, because Wednesday by noon is my advertising deadline to get it so I can have it for public hearing in April when we need to.
So how is that decision relayed to you on what to advertise? Generally, that's not a vote.
Normally,
Is that a consensus?
normally I'll just advertise something, but I had various board members say, I'd like to level fund. We don't want any tax. I want to show you the numbers and how they drive what the tax rate needs to be. And do you want, obviously, do you want to be raising it again next year? Or would you just like to raise it and live a couple of years? In late 27, 28, you will have some of the development that's been talked about earlier tonight when Courtney was here. Some of that revenue will be showing up, but it's not going to be here in 27 and the FY 27, and it may hit somewhere in FY 28. But I'm not going to be standing here next year talking about budget or tax rate, but somebody will be. So I just want you to think further than just this budget year on what you ought to do.
Okay.
And I'm sorry there's a conflict. That's just.
It happens.
I don't normally go out of state for spring break, and it just.
Yeah, I didn't know next week was spring
Thanks.
break until it came up from the schools when they had contacted us and said it was spring break week. We were looking at the calendar going, oh, we're out of time.
Yep, understood. All right, 6 p.m. Tuesday the 31st in the EOC or here?
It's easier to film in here if y'all can see and put it on the screen. We probably can work from right here, hopefully,
Okay.
unless you want to do it in the EOC.
This is-
I know it's easier.
this
I know
is
it's easier
fine.
for.
And it's easier to film and it's easier to show.
And the seats are more comfortable.
Let's see, it'll be your
And
meeting.
it's easier
It'll be my-
to zoom in here
I'll run
too.
the meet.
All right,
Do we need
Thank
a
you.
motion or anything to do
You need
this?
you need to recess out of this meeting to
Recess
6
from
o'clock.
this meeting, okay.
all right, 9A, chemical tank what did I write? Replacement.
Replacement. Yes, thank you for adding agenda item 9A. Our chemical tank at the wastewater treatment plant has a double-line tank. The inner tank has a crack in it, so the chemicals have seeped into the outer tank. So right now we have no redundancy to protect us if something happens to the outer shell. Those tanks do have a 10 to 15-year life on them. It's 13 years old, so it kind of fits that window. You wouldn't expect to have an issue necessarily, but this one has. We did look at replacing it. It's about $20,000 cheaper, so about a third of the cost less to go with the same type of tank. But we are recommending that we go with the instead of the HDPE to actually go with the just lost the name of the material, the fiberglass tank. Now, the fiberglass tank will last about 3 times as long. So for about a third more cost, you'll get a couple more lives out of that. So about 25 to 30 years. So there is funds available in the utility fund balance, and we would ask that the board authorize us to spend up to $60,000 to purchase this tank. It's going to take us about 5 or 6 months to get the tank.
And this is also a double wall tank?
It is, yes, sir.
Can I make a motion?
I'll second.
Please.
All right.
Yeah, you're appropriating those funds from the 502 fund utility fund balance.
From the 502 fund utility
Not the
balance,
general
yes,
fund
sir,
balance,
to purchase the tank as described.
All right, we have a motion to purchase the chemical tank as presented from the 502.
Utility fund balance.
Utility fund.
Utility fund.
Utility fund, and seconded by Jeff Black. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, next is our informational calendar items. Mr. Kelly.
Don't have anything other than the meeting you just added for the 31st. April, our regular meeting is the 14th. We may, after the 14th schedule, it works out some other meetings, work sessions and adoption meetings for the budget and those type of things before we get to May. But right now on the calendars, the meeting of the 14th, and we don't have any other events unless anybody knows of ones other than the ones that were mentioned in opening board comments.
Little League opening day is coming up. I don't remember the
When?
exact date of that, but I think Facebook knows. If one could take a day. That's all.
Easter is April 5th.
Easter is coming up. Yes.
Yep. And then we have a meeting on the 14th.
All right.
31st
Anybody?
and the
Anything else to add to the
14th.
calendar for awareness purposes? If nothing else, we'll go into any closing board comments, and we'll start the same order. Mr. Black?
None.
Mr. Thomas?
I have none, thank you.
I have none. Mr. Seelig?
I have none.
Ms. Long?
I have done.
And Mr. Underwood?
I have none, thank you, sir.
All right, now we will move to go to closed meeting. We have 4 items and,
Actually, 5, Mr. Chairman, but I'll
5.
read them out.
okay.
I move that the board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the prospective business exemption of 2.2-3711A5 of the Code of Virginia to discuss new prospective businesses in the Ladysmith area, as well as the potential expansion of existing business in the Reedy Church district, about which no previous public announcement has been made. The legal counsel and contract exemption of 2.2-3711A8 and A29 the Code of Virginia to discuss a VEDP grant agreement relating to the potential expansion of an existing business in the Reedy Church District, where discussion in open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the county. The third one would be the legal counsel exemption of section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia to discuss legal issues related to the county's subdivision ordinance. Number 4, the litigation exemption of section 2.2-3711A7 of the Code of Virginia. Updates on the pending APA appeal involving the county and DQ where such consultation and open meeting would adversely affect the litigation posture of the county. And number 5, the real estate exemption of section 2.2-3711A3 of the Code of Virginia for the discussion of county with regarding to the potential acquisition and disposal of real estate by the county in Ruther Glen and Bowling Green for a potential economic development and expansion of county facilities.
All righty, we have a motion. We have a second. So all those in favor of going into closed session, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are officially in closed session.
Thank you,
I'm
everyone.
estimating about 45 minutes max. More than 5 minutes, Mr. Underwood.
Mr. Sadler, I've got your card right here. I'm just leaving it right here. Okay?
It is 10:30. 3.
I wanted a snack.
All righty. We are going to reconvene their March 24th Board of Supervisors meeting, reconvening from closed session. Mr. Seeley.
I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certifies that to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempt from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
All right, we have a motion. Go get a second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of coming to that closed session, say aye.
Aye.
And we need a certification that only business matters legally exempted in the,
Closed
in
session.
the closed session were discussed. Mr. Black. Mr. Thomas.
I so certify.
I so certify. Mr. Seeley.
I so certify.
Ms. Long.
I say certified.
And Mr. Underwood.
So certified.
All right, we are officially out of closed session.
Wait a minute.
Out of closed session.
And Mr. Cully.
Yeah, two things. Remember, we're going to recess to next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday.
Leon wanted me to remind you that the first reading of the Chapter 45 environmental regulations are coming back. We're under an agreement with DEQ where we had to make our ordinance brought up to certain standards. And I think y'all have looked at it before. That's going to be coming back. So if you've got anything you want to tell planning about that, please get that to him. So it was on March 10th, CO-01-2026, Chapter 45 environmental regulations. So that'll be coming back before you. Guess y'all pulled that off. I watched the meeting. Did the first reading. Right.
I make a motion, we adjourn this, recess this meeting to the 31st of March at 6 o'clock in this room.
1 week from tonight.
1 week from tonight.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are currently in recess until Tuesday, March 31st at 6 p.m. in this room. Thank you.